everyone! Welcome to the Project Next Patch Preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamuz have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. river currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
CeraVe baharu blemish control membersih 2% salisilik.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, grab. grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playaz. Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
I have created mankind's most advanced artificial intelligence, the world's most dangerous weapon. It can think for itself.
You think you're in control of this? You're not.
I came here from the digital world. I'm looking for something you've discovered.
So, you've been spying on me.
I was directed to kill you. Hacking seems pretty tame by comparison. My world is coming and they are going to destroy yours.
Oh my God, there's hundreds of them.
Tron Ares, only in cinemas this October. Filmed for IMAX.
The Grid meets the Battlefield. Minggu ini Tron Ares daripada Walt Disney Studios akan masuk MPL Malaysia. Kita akan raikan tenaga neon, vibe digital dan sentuhan sci-fi isukan bertemu Grid. Of course guys, jangan lupa Tron Ares is coming to your cinemas bermula 9 Oktober. And with that, selamat datang ke minggu ketiga MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 dan hari ini merupakan hari pertama. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And of course, for your information, transfer window sudah dibuka starting minggu ini. Tapi sebelum kita kenalkan muka-muka baharu di liga kita, ini adalah masa terakhir untuk mereka claim the spotlights. Rookies mahu membuktikan diri mereka kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok dorang, tapi veteran pula tengah mengajar redemption untuk diri sendiri. Semua mahu kekal bersinar sebelum pasukan betul-betul come together dan menukar individual brilliance kepada collective strength. Tapi sekarang mari kita tengok jadual perlawanan untuk hari ini. Untuk match pertama, AERO menentang Toda. Walaupun AERO sudah dapat satu mata pada minggu lepas, AERO masih belum menang satu match. Mereka bergelut pada draft manakala Toda nampak kukuh dari segi drafting tetapi gagal di execution menentang SRG. With all the possibilities, adakah identiti kedua-dua pasukan cukup kuat untuk kekal kompetitif ataupun pertukaran roster jadi pilihan yang tidak dapat dielak? Untuk match terakhir hari ini, CG Esports menentang Team Ray. Permulaan sempurna untuk CG selepas 3 match win streak. Semuanya 2-0. Bolehkah CG terus kekalkan tempo MPL Malaysia sebelum bertemu the final boss SRG? Di satu lagi sisi, Team Ray baru bangkit dengan kemenangan. Adakah kebangkitan itu benar atau mereka akan kembali tenggelam di pertengahan carta? Interesting matchup untuk hari ini. Tapi kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok dekat rumah, kita pun ada ini gaya kod kepada orang semua. You guys boleh isikan kod di bawah ni di dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan in-game rewards. And with that, it is time to start. Hari pertama, minggu ketiga. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to the casters.
Brace yourselves and rev your engines, ladies and gentlemen, because absolute cinema is about to arrive on your screens. You're watching MPL Malaysia Season 16. It is officially week 3 of the season, and we are collabing with a movie for the very first time. For that reason, for the next couple of weeks here, we are changing all of the teams of MPL Malaysia to Tron Ares. My name is Stafa. Joining me on the desk for another day of MLBB action is Gideon.
Hey, it's good to be back, and this time we're going to be watching some impressive plays here today now that we have the collaboration with real-world movies. Again, a big step up here for the MPL. Very glad to have Tron Ares, and especially with superstar Jared Leto himself right on that front cover. But speaking of which, right, we still have games that need to be played here today, one of which AERO versus Todak. Now, I've seen plenty of Todak games already in the past 2 weeks, but finally, I get to see Ares live here at the MPL arena here by Stadium. Dewan Sri Putra. Goodness, I am messing up all the venues every single time I'm at MPL MY. But even so, I do want to see how they're going to perform today. Because I've heard a lot, I've watched it online. Yes, I do agree that AERO right now don't exactly feel like a powerhouse just yet, but the same can be said about Todak, right? Both having individual issues.
Yeah, both of these teams have been dealing with stuff, as far as we can say. But they're surprisingly on the opposite ends of the spectrum of dealing with stuff, in that AERO Esports has been catching everyone's attention for the wrong reason of drafting really strangely, while Todak has been catching everyone's attention for just not playing their drafts particularly well. They're gonna need to figure that out for the very first match of the day. Let's start by talking about AERO Esports.
Now, with the lineup here, that hasn't changed. Kusei, Zikuif, Kim, Hazel, and as well with Smooth, the only new addition to this lineup. Things have not been going well, and especially when we're looking towards Hazel, who, again, was a big standout last season, being imported over, and honest to God, a prodigy in his own right. Haven't seen that impact just yet. And even when we're talking about Zikuif and as well as Kim, it's starting to feel like the meta is straying away from AERO.
Even so, I feel like AERO should, on paper, have what it takes to be able to adapt to a meta like this. And it makes me worried because it feels like they're not really approaching the game the same way they did last season. There's that confidence that seems to be missing. There's that certainty in their approach to the game that seems very uncertain, and that is really affecting the way they perform.
Well, let's look on the opposite end, right? Todak, a lineup, and especially under an organization with legacy ties to the MPL MY. With Lolio's Dream, Zyme, Senpoi, Zayed, as well as Fondir, on paper, this team should not be doing as bad as they are. We have seen them win games, and we have seen them lose games as well. Their winning games seems okay, but on their losing side, it feels like such big indecisions despite having a good draft.
Yeah, it's a weird situation because both these teams should be doing well on paper, but clearly that paper got lost somewhere in delivery, and now both of them are struggling. Like you mentioned, Gideon, I agree with you. Todak also seems a little bit directionless. All of these players have skills, they have experience. We can tell that Lolil is still trying to do his best, but everyone else is just trying to figure something out.
It comes down to making decisions. With that being said, though, before we head into the game, we do have a bit of a ping test, mic check, see how these players and teams are feeling here today.
Ngomong apa deh guys?
Matt, Pat dulu ada ke Meta Martis Rom?
Ada mage. belum tag.
Belum tuh.
Tolong, ini partai Bang Yazid.
Gua tak fikir doh.
Alah, selamat dong dia.
Oish.
Power kalah kita.
Alah. Itu aku lah yang suren. Masa main dengan Lip 2.
Aku merah lepas tu hijau.
Aku dah merah. Tim aku dah 3 hijau. Aku tengah suren.
a lot more life coming out from Todak's side. But then again, every single time we go into those ping test mic checks, it feels like Todak always comes in with the right attitude.
The right attitude is a very good thing to have, but you're gonna need a lot more to succeed on this stage. I do agree though, Todak looks to be in higher spirits and that's a good sign. But overall, AERO Esports, I am a little bit worried for them, especially since we've got 2 new faces joining the Land of Dawn this week.
Obsidian and the new reworked Alice is now in play for week number 3. We did tease it last week, but now we were on top of it having to deal with 4 potentially new maps that have somewhat changed the game. We'll see whether or not our teams can adapt to the current new meta now that these 2 heroes have come into play. Now, Obsidian is interesting. Her late game is basically impossible to deal with once she is scaled to a ridiculous amount thanks to her passive, the Return to Bone. But even Alice had a few important changes. Now, having a really powerful engage tool in her ultimate alongside her newly changed Flowing Blood. Same ability, different name. You know how these revamps end up going. But generally, very late scaling heroes.
Yeah, it's a very interesting pair here because Obsidian needs a lot of time to come online. And when she does, she's very good at doing what she does, which is bursting one poor sod down as fast as possible. But the time taken to get there really doesn't seem suited to the meta we're dealing with right now, where things are happening very, very quickly around the river in the first couple of minutes.
Yep, average game time here in MPL MY has decreased significantly. We're not pushing into the 18 to 20 minute marks anymore. We're having games finished by 11, by 13 minutes, and most of the time if they manage to survive the second Lord push, that's the only time where we see it push into the 17-18 minute zone. And even then, it's far and few between.
And with the increasing prevalence of fighter gold lanes as well, it really seems unlikely that Obsidian is going to get much of a chance to shine today, but we'll see. I am hopeful that we get to see something different, especially from both these teams, because the question becomes, is it draft or execution? What is holding them back?
Yeah, I think for AERO's side, I'm not entirely sure whether or not they have the right ideas to be playing the game, and that's just, you know, a side problem that they could be having, and it could be manifesting itself in the draft, and that's why we're seeing weird picks. But execution is very clear for Todak. Their indecision has hurt them way too many times. They hesitate to go in and winning fights, and especially if they want to bring out that Martis jungle once more coming in from Zai, which I think was a great draft from Todak's side. It's just that the execution is highly dependent on the early to mid game, which, again, we've seen a lot of teams, most of the decisions boil down to how you predetermine the early to mid.
I feel like even though we have seen Todak make some of those comebacks before, I still recall Dreams landing some very clutch Franco hooks. That really should not have happened on paper. That should not have needed to happen in the first place. This team has heavy miscommunication issues. In fact, one of the worst in the league, if you ask me personally. I think even GMXK has better communication issues overall. And the shot calling just seems very, very unclear. So often, Todak players are split up doing something or another and not really 5v5ing.
Yeah, and more so, it feels like every decision is Lord Dance, right? Where both sides are kind of like itching forward, giving back the space, taking the space forward again, and it's just that constant decision without any real initiation. Sometimes even with the initiation, it's unclear whether or not the other members need to get involved. So that's something that we're hoping that Todak has refined, and I think it's a little bit easier to get over in comparison to what AERO is facing, right? A lot of bad things on either sides, but a couple of good ones. I'm expecting the execution in terms of raw mechanics. We're not going to see as many mispunctures today between these two sides, amongst the junglers specifically.
Yeah, the jungler matchup is going to be interesting. We got Hazel, we got Zayed, both players with very high potential mechanics. We've seen them pop off on Assassins. We've seen that they're flexible enough to play a little bit of extra stuff on the side as well. But both players have been very so-so. Zayed has been losing Retri battles left and right. Hazel has not really been having the same Hazel effect he did when he debuted last season.
Well, we'll see, because again, the few heroes that are still in his pool that are hyper-relevant to the current metagame, the Joy, alongside the Hayabusa, alongside with the Yi Shin, all of which he picked last season itself. So, as we look at the player cams to see how they are preparing up on that stage, hopefully things start to straighten out. Now, keep in mind that from AERO's side, that their coaching as well as their analysts used to be under SRG's side. I would have imagined that knowledge transfers over to AERO.
I would hope so, and you would think that it would. But different environments cause a lot more different issues than you might expect. So being able to actually directly translate those would be the ideal. So far, the team has not been able to achieve that. We've got 2 minutes before the very first game of the day. Let's kick things off with a quick quote from Coach Nafari.
We asked him questions about their drafting, and he said that our drafting execution and team fights are still far from perfect. The team often hesitates in fights. The first 2 weeks didn't meet my expectations, and right now we're sitting in 8th place. This week will be do or die with 2 matches to play, and next week we face another 2 matches that are just as crucial. So from this point onwards, the warm-up games are out of the way. This is to play for keeps.
I think we have to note as well that there's a lot of pressure on the Todak roster. Last season was the first time that this organization did not make playoffs in MPL Malaysia. Not a good look, and created a lot of talking topics about whether or not this is the downfall of a once beloved legacy. They want to prove that is not the case, but it's not easy.
I mean, even their marketing team selling their jerseys, I've already said, if this is going to be our last season, we're going to make sure that we're going out with a bang, right? I mean, their new kits are good. They look nice, but I think the team needs a lot of work right now. And so far, one of the matchups that I'm excited to see is Fondir facing off against Smooth. Now, Fondir has already faced a good amount of Malaysian EXP laners, none of which has the accolades of Smooth being one of the most consistent EXP laners throughout the years. Also, a potential legacy player having a year less of competitive play to Zorn.
Yeah, he's been around a very, very long time. And while we all remember back in the day when Smooth first joined, he wasn't the most efficient EXP laner. He has really come into that title over the past few years.
Well, to be fair, he used to be a jungler.
That's true, actually. Yeah, I wasn't around at that time, so that's a whole new era of Smooth I wasn't aware of. But he is one of our most decorated EXP laners. I do wish that AERO would give him a little bit more flexibility to make space. But let's see what happens. What is going to be the random map draw for game number 1?
Let's see what this is going to be. Expanding Rivers. Current win rate being 0% on both sides. This will be interesting because now this is really going to show how either one of these teams play with their leads, right? We need to see really big conversions because the Expanding River is so good. For teams who are ahead compared to teams who fall behind.
It's a very snowball-oriented map. You don't feel the effects of it much until you find yourself behind in gold, and then the extra movement speed just not allowing you to rotate as often as your opponents. We can see here in terms of the bans, Todak getting rid of the Fanny, Zusin, and Joy on the left side. Already a little bit of respect to Hazel. And AERO getting rid of Baxia, Franco, and YSS. So they are afraid of the Dreams hooks that won Todak their game previously.
Okay, that's fair, but that means Kalia is wide out in the open. I think AERO is attacking Todak by taking away individual playmakers. Things like the Yishin Shin, who, again, independently will scale throughout the game. The Franco, the one hook that could make the difference, is so brutal to deal with. AERO wants to make sure that they don't let it happen. But that means that Todak does get one of the strongest picks in the EXP lane. CC gets locked in.
But I do think that CC's reign of dominance no longer quite as obvious as it was, especially around the MSC timing. There are definitely heroes that can match up, even if they don't necessarily win the lane directly. Things like Lapu Lapu have been having a good success rate. Things like Paquito would be considered as a counter. I think in MPL ID that's quite prevalent as well.
I have to agree to a certain level. CC is just a huge deterrent for tanks, and I think that right now, with how Todak is playing, it gives them more flexibility in terms of time to make the decision, right?
To banish
AERO,
all darkness.
Oh wow, they go for Esme into Lancelot.
Interesting. So Esme would not traditionally be considered a good lane matchup into the CC. But it is flexible and a way of potentially denying Hari.
I think it's a little early to go into the Esme. We also have a fun fact here coming in from Coach Nafari saying, since moving to Malaysia, Coach Nafari has started to enjoy nasi kandar with kue banjir, nasi lemak, and chicken satay. I'm telling you, Indonesians who come to Malaysia all tell me the same thing. They're like, man, Malaysia's so nice. And I'm like, thanks, man.
It's no problem. We're great hosts. We got great food. And it's good to see more people getting brainwashed by our food. Let's keep that up.
I don't think it's brainwashed. To be fair, the Indonesians still have their pride to them. They're like, yeah, clearly you stole some of our stuff and taken it into your own, but I still think that your infrastructure is pretty good. And I'm like, yes, we do have less jams. I do agree with you.
We do indeed. Well, so far, not much of a jam in the draft. Seems to be proceeding quite smoothly. Todak lock in the Hayabusa and the Farsa. This is gonna give them pretty solid mid lane control.
Interesting. Okay. I don't like the hard reads coming out from AERO. I feel like it's unnecessary to try to make these hard reads now, especially since that, again, you're getting the Esmeralda into the CC matchup. You're sacrificing, potentially sacrificing Smooth's lane because there is counterplay to CC at level 1. But other than that, once the War Axe comes in, it becomes a little difficult, right? They do lock the Kalia in, which I like a lot, but with the Esmeralda in play, it definitely incentivizes Torak to not lean into Loliel's Harith, which has done wonders for them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure AERO locked it in this early just to make sure the Harith wouldn't be a concern. They can probably ignore banning it the entire time as well. Unless Todak just feels particularly confident, which could be reasonable as well considering Loliel's experience with the hero. But now that we are going into the second phase of bans, Todak still going to be looking for their goal lane and their roamer. Let's see which role AERO decides to ban for.
Well, it looks like they're going to go and take out the roamers, right? The Grok is going to be an inevitable problem, and I think that's totally fair, right? Grok does pretty decent into the Kalia. Yes, you can't trade against her, but whoever you try to go for the Tsunami Slam, Grok's like, no, I'm not going to let the follow-up happen in the first place. Kadita also being banned out by Todak's side. If I am leaning into what Todak is thinking, because they have Hayabusa, they want to attack that mid lane, so they're going to get rid of anything that has some form of counterplay. I'm guessing the Lunox as well is going to get banned out by Todak.
Yeah, I agree with you. Todak wants mid lane prio. If you pick Farsa in the first phase, you obviously want to get as much pressure onto that center of the map as possible and then start rotating to affect the side lanes. So getting rid of Kadita, which has inbuilt escape as well as a way to burst Farsa during the feathered airstrike, makes a lot of sense.
This might end up being a traditional like Eve into the Farsa matchup. There's still other picks that we can consider, one of which Lilia might come into play, but I just don't see the reason for it right now. We have to wait for the right signals because Lilia, again, highly volatile. See, the Gatot gets banned out, another great counter pick being taken away from the Todak for the Kalia's sake. Now, Todak with the very last ban. Is it going to be another mage, or are they worried about potentially Cho? Oh, no. They don't have to worry about Cho because Kalia's already locked in.
But what about the Lo Yi for Kim, though?
It's still punishable by the Hayabusa at least, right? And even the lane matchup against Farsa, Farsa does have a slight advantage. Does she have an advantage at level 2? No, yeah, she still clears faster as well.
But it is a comfort pick. Let's see. Looks like they banned the Kagura. Okay. Also kind of a similar situation. Has built-in escape. Has a way of bursting the backline. But it does leave Lunox open. That is a hero that's been getting a lot of prevalence during the end of the previous week.
Is it worth picking it up now? Getting your mid laner now, just basically want to just save for your gold lane. I think just locking in the gold lane is completely fine. Just go for the Granger, and you can call it a day.
I agree. I think you go for the gold lane lock-in.
Oh, wait. Sorry, there's Moskov. There's still Moskov available. Might as well, right?
Yeah,
just make sure
Moskov
you don't die to Hayabusa.
Go for range. Go for good scaling. The important thing is to keep mid open for flexibility, because Todak has not revealed their roam yet. We don't know exactly how they're approaching the team fight. Looks like they do lock in the Lunox instead, though.
Okay, I think that's totally fine. I don't think it was necessary because Todak already locked in their mid laner, but I feel like AERO want to guarantee a decent matchup despite Hayabusa being in play, and their entire composition is like, hey, we have ways to deal with the Hayabusa, and just got to make sure that we iframe out of it at the right time, right? Just don't get hit by the shadow, I suppose.
It's possible, but I feel like they should have kept the flexibility. Because right now there's still heroes like Chip, for example.
Yeah.
Very popular hero, hasn't been picked yet. Could be an option for Todak. If they go into Chip, then leaving mid open and locking in Eve last would have been a really good answer to it. But I guess it's up to Todak now. What are they going to finish off their comp with? It is the Ruby and the Hylos.
Very fun composition coming out from Todak's side. No Yi Shin in the jungle, no problem. They're going to depend highly on Hayabusa and as well as Farsa to deal the majority of their damage, but this is a highly sustainable composition. I don't know how much... Actually, this is kind of beneficial for Farsa, I suppose. Yes, you don't have many shields, but there's 4 melee heroes in play. As long as they're all clumped up, you should be able to out-sustain a majority of that damage, assuming that Ruby doesn't just lock you down to the ground alongside with the high loss. But looking at the composition from AERO, they have a lot more problems to worry about.
Yeah, Todak, while it's a bit risky to go for this sort of lineup because you don't have the late game scaling of a marksman, 4 of these heroes can actually do pretty okay damage output. So that actually more than makes up for it and will give them a lot of early mid control. AERO just goes for the basics. They lock in the Granger as the last pick for a much more default composition. But it does mean that they're going to be lacking overall early game burst.
So, the scaling... It's going to come down from Kusei. It's going to come down from Kim as well. Hazel should have a pretty tough time in this game. There's a lot of crowd control that he has to deal with and almost no guaranteed way to get on top of this Farsa unless Zaim Senpoi makes a mistake. We'll see Hazel's performance overall this time round, especially since he's going to be the catalyst to kind of speed this game up. In terms of raw scaling, Todak, yes, they have that Farsa, but it's a cooldown that they have to play around for the most part. They're highly dependent on Zai to kind of speed this up to unlock Fondir or maybe even Loliel.
With 4 backline diving heroes, I feel like this is basically the template for what you want in the expanding rivers. Let's see if they can maximize that to claim victory here in our very first game of week number 3, ladies and gentlemen. The Land of Dawn draws open once more for a clash between Todak and AERO Esports.
Let's jump right into it. Here we already see... Oh, wait, we see early invades. I don't see the Dream is not checking any of the buff.
What?
Doesn't want to put himself in a position. They're going to forcefully take control over the mid lane and get Zaim Senpoi moving as fast as possible. I mean, it's okay for Dreams because he does still spot at least 3 people on top of getting his own individual amount of gold.
But I feel like he could have gotten a lot more. He doesn't even need to invade. Just walk up slightly, you would have seen 3 or 4 people on that buff and hit level 2 even sooner. So maybe a little wasted there, but it's fine for now. Todak should, on paper, be the team controlling most of these lanes. And oh, hold on, there's a bit of an interesting situation here. CC is in the gold lane versus Granger.
Yeah, I would have imagined that CC would have done better into the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think it doesn't matter, right? Fondir playing this Ruby doesn't really change. He's going to lose a bit of life, but he's going to heal back up anyways. And I think that Smooth is playing the lane extremely well. He doesn't really care about whether he gets that push or not. He just cares whether or not Fondir is in a manageable amount of HP, because both of these guys are basically never going to die. We do notice that Lolios actually decided to take some hybrid defense here against Kusei on this Granger. Not sure whether that's going to make much of a difference here because he's more dependent on his sustain rather than raw armor.
I mean, I can respect wanting to survive the poke against a Granger a little bit, but I do feel like as a CC you should be fine. I personally do think it's a little bit of a waste since doing the Ruby CC in the opposite lanes would have probably had much better side lane control for you, but eh.
Each their own, some may say, to each their own, and now we might just see First Blood!
Man knockout, Glorious Pathway comes out, Zai gonna get grabbed, First Blood over to Zkeep already! And now Todak forced to back off AERO with full control over the turtle.
Really good engagement there, Zkeep instantly, as soon as he hit level 4, he was looking for angles to play around, and that's what you want to see from your supports these days, hitting level 4 on time without having to sacrifice any of the lanes to give you that extra bit of EXP to get you over the edge. It goes for Dreams, but again, level 4, a dangerous timing for Todak's side. Fortunately for Zai, he still has his ult up, but he hasn't found any opportunities to attack the side lanes.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate as well. I already went into this game saying Todak should have a bit more control early on paper since they have so many fighters to play with, but Zai did not respect the space, did not respect the level 4 timing on this Kalea. He is literally the last person that should get grabbed there.
As this game continues to progress, the laning stage is to be pretty okay, right? Even Loliel's should be hitting level 5 in just a little bit. Kusei does have a bit of a lead on him. I'm assuming that Kusei was able to get a couple of the crabs. Actually, now that I think about it, this little a little leveled more than he probably should be. We'll see how AERO takes advantage of this, right? Because Fondir's taking so much damage.
Flicker in, Tsunami Slam, they want this Ruby, 3-man CC from Fondir into the I'm offended. Brilliance comes out, Flicker from Fondir, staying under tower, still surrounded by 3 people. But there's that Ruby healing for you right there. It's gonna take a very long time. They'll eventually get the kill.
Nicely played. A good setup coming in from Smooth, especially trying to go for the early proxy to make sure that they can guarantee the timing of the dive. And then they played it slow, right? Zkeev did commit his ult, and at the same time, Kim was making sure that he doesn't get pulled in too often to make sure that Fondir maintains. Now, Loliel's trying to keep Kusei out of the lane. It's a good idea, but Zkeev's impact is so obvious, so clear, right? Every time he has ult, he's looking for a target.
The activeness of this Kalea doing a lot for Todak right now. Dream's gonna come on in, contest the buff against Hazel. Now Smooth goes for Falling Star Moon, lands on 2! Into the Tsunami Slam on Zion once again! He is bursted down! And there's nothing Todak can do about it. Another free turtle for AERO.
Good diversion here. AERO throwing up those smoke and mirrors. Oh, am I gonna Falling Star Moon on top of the Farsa? No, he catches Zion instead, and they will try to deny him his purple.
Looks like they'll successfully do so too. Todak, this comp, it should work well on the river map, but they have zero control at all. AERO looking a lot better right now.
Say better, but I felt like Todak could have played the early game a little faster, right? I would have expected to see at least some ganks towards the side lanes early on, just to kind of skew it into one of the fighters' favors. Oh, all right.
Well, here's the gank. They get the stun on Zkeev. Gets caught with the curtain call. Loleo finds a kill.
Zkeev unable to flicker in time. Better yet, I don't think him dying is going to change too much. The kill ends up going to Loliel, sure, but he doesn't scale as hard. Worst yet, plenty of time. Kim with 3 assists. Wow! First item, 5 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. Fleeting time. AERO want to take up the clock.
I mean, why not? Zkeev has been setting these kills up so well the entire time. And even if he does die, it means wasting resources on him. I think this is actually a very good choice.
All right, let's see, because now I want to see when they want to eventually just chain ult, right? Zkeev could look to pick up Dreams, but he needs Kim to be at a certain threshold of items before they can even consider that option. Fondir already finishing off that War Axe. The first item power spikes are already starting to come through. I'm expecting to see Todak actually look to contest for this next neutral objective, but it's still 30 seconds left on the clock, right? Wait, where is Fondir? Oh, he's still upside alongside Zayed.
Zkeev gonna be able to find one. That's the horse right there. Dream is thrown into AERO, and that is a nightmare for Todak.
That's exactly what you want to see. Smooth even taking a bit of Zyme Senpoi's life as well. They proxy one more wave to make sure they have a guaranteed setup for this turtle. And not to mention, they don't even have to take it at this point. They can just look for T1s and then invade.
It's like they'll be able to go for the tower. Perfect spacing too from Smooth and Kim to make sure they don't get CC'd by Fondir. Now Hazel on top of the third turtle of the game. Loleel walks into the wrong bush. He's just gone. Nothing you can do about that one.
This game is starting to look pretty over for Todak. This is going to be a difficult snowball to come back from, especially with the expanding rivers. Just look how quickly Zkeev is already in the next position, checking buffs and spots out where exactly Zayed is going to be. They could look to alter their rotations at this point now that bot side is already collapsed. We do see that, at least for Kusei, he's on that top side. But I would have expected both Kim alongside Hazel to invade on the orange side of Todak's map.
I feel like Todak not really able to make the decisions necessary right now. We can see that their rotations also a little bit dependent on being together at this stage since they know they are behind. And Flicker, I'm offended, find 2! Hazel gonna get tied to Kim, Brilliance comes out, the rest of AERO comes to back them up. Right now, all 5 members still alive. Hazel gonna be able to dash away, Tsunami Slam onto the Hayabusa. Kim gets bursted down, but that's the only casualty so far. Smooth still holding out the front line.
Oh, he lands the Falling Star move, but Fondir, he's still alive, right? 2 people walk away, and we don't see enough happening. AERO, they initiate. Kim ends up losing his life for it, and Todak was able to muscle their way through.
But all things considered, the fact that only Kim ended up going down there is surprising to me. I thought that Todak for sure would have been able to find at least one more with that I'm offended. But we can see the goal difference starting to play a role here. Zayed at this stage still only on 1 item.
1 item. I mean, I think it's okay. Zayed, he's gonna have a pretty tough time. He can't really initiate in a majority of these fights. Oh, another Tsunami Slam!
Speaking of initiation, Tsunami Slam with the feathered airstrike gonna be used. Zion Senpoi, the instant target as Hazel dives the backline. Z-Keep is low, flickers out of the way. Double kill for Hazel as the Phantom Execution finds its mark. Lolil gets a kill on Kim, but loses his own life in exchange. And Smooth chases Zion down! Double kill for Kusei! Team wipe for AERO Esports!
Nicely played by AERO. And even Smooth making sure to guarantee to break the shieldings. Kusei, as long as he stays alive, that Sky Piercer is going to put that final nail in the coffin as soon as he reaches max stacks. Todak, I thought they could hold off for a little bit longer because the first item power spikes, but the fights don't last it long enough for them to get full value.
The fight here was completely scattered. Hazel and Smooth doing an excellent job of dismantling the backline. Unfortunately, Todak not enough damage to actually threaten arrows in exchange.
Now they're knocking on their doors, taking everything from their jungle, living rent-free in their mind. Zayed just does not have the economy to start taking out some big hitters. Damage dealt ranking Smooth currently on top with 34k.
Of that first pick, Esmeralda not affected him at all. Unfortunately, the Ruby matchup maybe a little bit unwise on the side of Todak there, not giving them enough control over that early part of the map. Now Lord gonna be pushing in mid lane.
Brute Force Breastplate already purchased by Hazel. It's not gonna get locked down as hard by Fondir. Extra tenacity is always great. Now, they're gonna be looking for inhibitor turrets, and I think that Todak, the defense seems pretty good, but the range coming in from AERO is the big problem.
Better airstrike to siege to defend. Z-Keep jumps in once again, finds the heavy slam. Fondir gonna be the first target. Ruby bursted in an instant. AERO still alive. Curtain Call gonna Kai Z-Keep into the tower. That means he unfortunately does lose his life. Lord goes down. Mid inhibitor gonna be traded as well. Currently 4 members alive on both teams. AERO not letting up the pressure.
Lolios decides to...
Okay, shadow kill onto the back. Kusei has to use the flicker just to make sure he doesn't get bursted down. Smooth with the falling star moon. Nearly picks up Zion. Hazel finishes the job. Unstoppable for the AERO Esports jungler. Todak gonna need to try their best to hold on a little bit longer.
Woof. All right, so only one missing inhibitor. It's the mid inhibitor, and I think overall mid inhibitor is the least worthwhile one. At least I'll be able to defend it consistently because everything kind of goes through the mid. I'm surprised I did as much damage as he could, but even so, just not enough. He's way too far behind. 4 levels down in comparison to Hazel, who had a magnificent showing as soon as the minions spawned by the base. That's what some people call the infinite amount of dashes, and Hazel taking full advantage of it.
We talked about how quickly you can snowball on a map like this, and that's exactly what happened after that first kill on the Hayabusa. In the first turtle fight, things just went downhill. It's a 10,000 gold lead for AERO Esports. 12 minutes into the game, and the next Lord is coming up in 25 seconds. I really don't think Todak can contest.
No, I mean, look at the 5k, almost 5k difference between Hazel alongside Zayed, right? They ignore the EXP difference, the gold is just not in their favor. And then we look at Smooth, who again, very smartly decided after his first 2 items, has also incorporated some steel leggings, make sure that he's got halfway through a Dom Ice, even having a Giant's Belt on his side. He knows he doesn't need that 3rd item straight away. He can be cost efficient.
Todak just doesn't do enough damage to threaten him. Conceal comes in, but the Lord goes down at the perfect time. Tsunami Slam comes out. Predator Strike as well, trying to seize the backline. Kim unfortunately does end up being a victim as Smooth dives, gets the kill onto the far side. Ogi Shadow Kill doesn't do enough in the backline either. It's a double kill for Smooth. The Esmeralda still completely healthy, still completely a threat to the side of Todak. Sees Zion, wants an eye. A mega kill snipe comes in from Kusei. And Todak, we are witnessing their death throes.
Yep. They can't even breathe right now. Smooth. He's finished his Brute Force Breastplate. He can chase down anybody from the side of Todak. Nobody's going to be able to slip away any longer. And this should be the end here. Checkmate angle achieved.
One more Tsunami Slam just for good measure at the very end. Immortality goes down on Dream. Zion Senpoi comes back, instantly gets dived, instantly gets exploded by Smooth. Hazel will be picked up, but Lolil is defending the base all by his lonesome, and AERO Esports will take it. Game number 1 goes to them.
Nicely played here on the expanding rivers. Really found those big conversions, and Smooth. And honestly, I thought this game was gonna look a little harder, but Todak, the lane assignments were just wrong.
I really don't know why they did that. They had the perfect answer to Esme in that CC. They even picked CC before Esme. But then they put CC in the goal lane and then had Ruby fight a losing battle. All for what? And then Zayed overextending over and over again and getting caught as supposedly the slipperiest member of his team. Lots of things to be worked on here.
Yeah, couldn't open up the map, and especially after Dreams got caught by the Tsunami Slam, even he was a little hesitant to start opening things up. It would have been nice for him to get the Grok, but that second phase was devastating from AERO Esports. All their predictions happened to be right. They drafted well this time round, and I would say that Todak, they really need to look back at it, because I don't necessarily disagree with CC going down into that goal lane, right? It's about who do you prioritize to actually get the money? Do you care about the Ruby into the Granger matchup? Which again, Granger is slightly favored only because he can dash away consistently and outrange the Ruby, but that makes it a null and void lane, and you have to highly depend on your EXP. Or just say, you know what? Ruby is going to make the lane null and void anyways, put him alongside the Esmeralda, and then maybe CC might have an opportunity to find that kill onto Kusei.
Yeah, I think the steps that Todak needed to take needed to be more concrete. Because even though we agree that like maybe swapping the lane assignments would have made it easier, I can see the logic behind why they did it, right? If you put Ruby in EXP, she can technically join fights and be a bit more impactful, especially on that first turtle compared to something like an Esmeralda. But if that's the case, why not let Ruby handle herself, gank the gold lane so that Esme can join the fight as well and take advantage of like your triple fighter composition. Instead, they did not do that. It felt like they didn't really have much of a presence on the map the first few minutes at all. And then Zayed dies first. It's just the worst thing that could happen.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting Zekif to actually hit level 4 as soon as he did, but Zekif was just living rent-free in enemy territory, right? Keep in mind, right? What we're used to seeing, especially before the changes, was that you either sacrifice a bit of the farm in the EXP lane to get your mid laner to level 4, share it a little bit with your support as well, as the support takes the entire wave, and then everybody is at level 4 at the same time. I was surprised that Zeke hit level 4 at that timing as well.
I mean, that's what happens when you actually walk into the enemy's half of the map a little bit more often. But let's see who ends up being our MVP for game number 1, and it looks like it is none other than Smooth on the Esmeralda.
Did they not? Did they not get his IGN on his jersey? They're like, I'm sorry, Smooth, you came in a little late. We don't have it ready for you. Don't worry.
His IGN is on his jersey. It's all blank. It's Smooth.
It's Smooth, but it's black. So you can't see it. That's how quick he is. Nice stuff coming in from Smooth. He played the lane well, especially against the Ruby. Most people don't know how to take advantage of the Ruby, especially in the earlier stages because of the raw sustain. But when you are Esmeralda, you can deal with that, no problem. You can trade for extended periods of time because you know that Ruby has to walk up to get EXP.
Yeah, you just straight up trade better than Ruby all the time. And if you properly position your minion wave and don't allow them to get to it, then you win even harder because she's not going to be able to regen off of it. I think Fondir just really could not handle that lane, and we've already seen how in this meta, having a losing EXP lane matchup really hurts you. Even more so on a map like Expanding Rivers.
And that's why we're seeing huge level leads, not only from the junglers, but also from the EXP side of the map. That's why Expanding Rivers can be a little difficult to play, especially when you're on that back foot. It's not like Smooth was earning a ridiculous amount of gold. 693 is very reasonable considering his 5-0 and 12 scoreline.
It's honestly, the numbers don't really add up when you really look at it. Because 693, yeah, that's pretty high for EXP laner. And then you look at the KDA, you look at the kill participation, you realize just how much of an impact Smooth is having on that map. Because after a certain point, Todak just don't have any way of taking him out.
Yeah, no answers whatsoever. I think they were hoping that maybe at the very least the CC was going to get to a point where she was going to be pretty strong coming into the mid game. To be fair, Lolios did get his 2 items. It's just Unfortunately, it's impossible to really deal with not only an infinite number of shields coming in from Smooth, but the raw healing from the Kalea. And most of the time, it's a 4v5 because the Tsunami Slams have been very successful on AERO's side.
Yeah, gotta give props to Zeke. He found really good catches. He was opening up the map left and right, going for that first item fleeting time because he was confident enough that it would work out, and it did. Created so much space, so many opportunities for AERO to take advantage of. I do feel like it's a bit of a missed opportunity still for Todak, because yes, I can kind of see why you might put Ruby in the EXP lane, but this is expanding rivers, and this is Esmeralda. This is not a hero you can allow to snowball the lane.
Yep, it's frustrating. It's a lot worse to deal with in comparison to things like Uranus, who is just like, I'm there to annoy you, and then you have Esme, who is like, I'm here to annoy you, but there's like a really high chance that I kill you too.
Ugh, well, hopefully a little bit more respect on that is going to come up next, because Todak definitely needs to go back to drawing board, and this is a little bit back to the topic we were talking about, right? Is it going to be draft? Is it going to be execution? I do feel like all AERO needed was to go back to basics, play something that they're comfortable with, something that makes sense, doesn't require overly complex execution, and this is how it ended out.
Exactly the way that they were hoping to. I do think that Todak could have adjusted, because again, second pick Esmeralda, that should have been so punishable with first pick CC.
Yeah, even more so, if you're not intending to have a marksman in your comp, you cannot let this hero snowball. You will have no way of killing her. You have to stop her right from the beginning.
And even maybe if they locked in the Ruby a little bit later on, it could have been thrown into the support position, because again, a lot of her abilities have great canceling effects to Zkeep's natural engage, and they just wanted to make sure that this Ruby could deal with the Lancelot, and Hazel didn't really have to do too much until those cooldowns were gone.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights once again to relive those moments, because this should not have happened. Zayed being the first blood of the game, the enemy jungler, after that AERO realizes, hey, let's just focus the Hayabusa. And you pointed this out before the game. Hayabusa is the space maker, the tempo creator for Todak. If they don't have that, they don't really have much.
Yep. They couldn't get that early snowball that they were looking for. That's what Todak really needed, right? That turtle really hurt their odds overall. And then the few times that we do see them actually somewhat winning a fight, they only find just one pick. Their conversions weren't as massive compared to AERO, where it's like, I take out 2 or 3 of your guys, and therefore I get your purple buff. I get all your T1s. I get your other buff as well. I can contest for it alongside.
At the threat of river control right there. Even worse, when the river is expanded like it is here, you get so much space. The moment a snowball is happening, the moment you win a fight, it is impossible to respond. And we can see just how safely, how easy it is for AERO to dive into the base, to dive into the backline. Every time the Feathered Airstrike comes out, whoops, gets cancelled straight away. There is no damage.
Not enough. At least for Todak, they shouldn't be too disappointed. It's like, okay, we tried something, didn't work. Let's go for the mental reset. Let's look for something a little bit better this time round. Because again, Lolios on this CC seems a little uncomfortable. He was finding some good ults, don't get me wrong. But in terms of just the way that the composition needed to play, without that early injection of economy, that supplement, it's just too slow.
The thing is, Lolio has played CC. I'm pretty sure he's capable of playing fighter go lanes. It's just kind of the same story as always, where he has no space. The game is already over before he can even come online.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say what is like strong side and weak side in this particular game. I think at least for AERO with their draft, it becomes very clear what exactly they need to do, right? Step 1, make sure that at least Zyme Senpai can't get the Feathered Airstrike off as comfortably as he wants to, because that's really the only big game changer, right? If those Feathered Airstrikes do not land, Zayed has kind of no reason to kind of go in if he wants to find kills. If not, he has to go in first, go for the big chunk out, and then leave it up to Zyme Senpai for the cleanup. It's that vice versa. They have to interchange.
Yeah, but it just means there's too many conditions for Todak to actually hit, right? At some point, maybe a different team could have decided, okay, we need to change our approach, right? Let's have Hylo's glorious pathway us into the backline instead. We ignore the front, maybe sacrifice bodies if we need to. We just need to pick off the Granger. But no, they just kind of kept throwing things at a wall and hoping it would stick. And this is the issue that even Coach Nafari was talking about, where the players seem a little nervous, not really able to make snap decisions on the fly, and that's a problem.
Yeah, it started to become a very... a very large problem, right? I felt like the first minute at least, everyone roughly knew what they were supposed to be doing. But then in terms of like the ganking, we didn't see that happen as often. I do think that Dreams was sticking pretty close to Zyme Senpai just overall, right? Again, Zyme was supposed to be the main win condition alongside with the Hayabusa, but I think they might have had to kind of split the directions just to look for opportunities to get the snowball going.
They needed to be a little bit more independent, I feel like. Yes, you want to protect your Farsa, but you're Hylos, and if you're looking to engage and run in front anyway, then it's kind of up to Zyme Senpai to make sure he positions himself correctly.
Not wrong, not wrong. I don't know. I feel like right now, the game feels a little linear for Todak's side. And I think that the game plan needs to kind of be more flexible, a little bit more fluid, right? Again, we haven't seen too many big punishes towards specifically like the EXP lane or even coming down to the gold, right? Unless in this particular case, you have the Tsunami Slam. Then again, dive anybody by all means.
I'm surprised that Todak didn't like prioritize the Kalea a little earlier in the draft, actually. I feel like it could have helped a lot. You know, you go to Kalea Farsa combo, but I guess they just really wanted the Hayabusa. Not that it did them a lot of favors, unfortunately. And yeah, this comp really depends on actually ganking those side lanes, but when they lost Zayed at the start of the game, they already had to delay the first gank.
Yeah.
And then after that, every time they gank, AERO just runs away and there's not much they can do to stop it.
I feel like everybody's just trying to counterplay each other with those picks, right? Now Todak is going to go back on towards the blue side one more time to face off against AERO, and I think that there needs to be... Now, most of the time, and I know that I've been saying this for many, many seasons, of teams need to start respecting each other. This is one of the few cases I think Todak needs to disrespect AERO, right? There is too much priority of, I am worried about Hazel. One of his picks are going to get. You just got to pick which one do you think is the least amount of damage, right? The least amount of impact in the overall game. I think the Lancelot was completely fine. Should you have denied the Hayabusa from him? That might be a hit or a miss. And I understand why they wanted to deny it, because Zyme Senpai specifically was on Farsa.
Yeah, but then you could just adjust yourself. Yes, I can maybe understand. Yeah, you don't want to give him the Hayabusa, because that is probably his best hero out of the entire pool. But then what else, right? We have already seen other teams show us how to deal with AERO Esports. The hero pool on these players isn't actually the largest, and a lot of them are dependent on certain key picks to actually make things happen. Todak, unfortunately, not quite able to capitalize that as much because their own hero pool is a little lacking.
I want to say that it's not knowing these players and seeing their careers. Their pools are deeper.
It shouldn't be,
yeah,
but...
It shouldn't be, yet it is, right? And that's the frustrating part about this game. I think from Neferi's perspective, I don't know what their scrims have been looking like to give them the confidence to try a composition like this one more time. But I think that there needs to be better protocol set. Because again, if AERO tries to go for the hard read one more time, I am hoping NFR decides to punish it hard. They should not be able to get away with an early EXP pick like Esmeralda in first rotation.
Especially into a CC as well. That's so weird. But well, oh, here we go again, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
It's Expanding Rivers for Game 2.
Alright, Expanding Rivers. The one was open the entire time. I completely forgot about that. But one of Wanwan's biggest problems is dealing specifically if she gets tied down by the CC and doesn't get her weakness points. It is, it's more up to the Wanwan than anybody else to try and outplay that situation. She's got the right tools for it. Not to mention that she can get out of it with the needles. Yeah. Yeah, she can. You can just purify out of it.
You can. But there is an alternative method that I found to be a little bit more easy to execute in my own pubs. Just get beefcakes. Just get beefcakes. Let her crossbow you. If you don't die, doesn't matter. I like to pick Grok into those situations because he just eats the entire thing.
Just get a Winter Crown, man. I think that's, for me, that's the easiest way of doing it. Oh, okay.
All right, I like this more.
Alright, they go for the Lance, they don't go straight for the Farsa. They don't want the other junglers to get banned, and they don't want to end up playing Joy for some reason, which is okay. I think that's alright. Can't go for Phoveus because they've already locked in an early Esmeralda. I don't know. I think it feels like right now AERO is just utilizing the fact. I thought maybe this was like how we're trying to make a hard read. But after 1-1 being shown, at this point, AERO is like, I 100% trust Smooth to carry this game on the Esme.
Honestly, I don't blame them. I do feel like even though Esme has counters, he's just one of those heroes right now that's so strong you can find a way to deal with it in lane anyway.
It's obnoxious. I wouldn't say that she is like S tier in terms of picks.
But she could be in the hands of Smooth. Remember, this is one of his classics.
Yeah,
he was known for Esme back when Lord Smooth was a derogatory title.
When that was a racial slur. Look, if he played Uranus, then I'll be like, okay, sure, we're going back to that era, right? Because that was the main 2 EXP laners that everybody had to play because you had no choice. But that was a long time ago. And now, AERO banning out the Lunox as well, trying to make sure that Hazel can almost guarantee some kills across the map.
Okay, getting rid of the Lunox is interesting because they could have actually first picked it themselves in the second phase. It means that they are looking at something else instead. Could be a Farsa. No, wait, no, that's already banned. Wondering what AERO is thinking about for their mid lane.
They could look for... Ooh, I'm actually not so sure. Farsa is a little dangerous on either side. It's more beneficial for Todak at this point. But if they're going to double down on that, it's gonna open up a lot of opportunities for AERO. And it also helps that Todak is actually on the blue side if they are looking for it. At least for NFR, he's getting rid of the right heroes, getting rid of the Kaja. Ooh, the Uranus a lot. What? Why?
Why?
I guess they're trying to make the hard read that the Farsa is going to come. No, but it's already banned
No,
out.
Farsa's banned. Why would you ban Uranus? Esme wins against Uranus. And you have Iritel to minus armor. Unless this is Esme Gold.
Let me think about it. Let me think about this. It can't be Esme Gold because we already have Irithel. Uranus is really good in high magic damage compositions because he can shred through the magic resist from people and soften them up a little bit for the big mages to deal some huge damage. The Lunox is a little bit more understandable in this particular case. The Uranus not so much because I don't see any picks from Todak's side that could be devastating besides like Farsa or Joy. Farsa, which was already banned. Joy, but they've already got the Lancelot.
Yeah.
Right?
Very, very interesting.
Back to...
Alright, there's the Grok.
Okay, alright.
Didn't get banned out this time, surprisingly enough. So they could go the strat that I mentioned, you know, just eat the crossbow of Tang.
Can do that. They can do that.
Mage is being left completely alone. Eve is still open, probably one of the more prio picks left.
I guess into
Kimmy?
the Wawa to kind of keep him in place. Kimmy is all right. I think that even there's an argument for Valentina just to steal away the Tsunami Slam. But let's see what the other picks are going to be. Oh, never mind. Valentina on the side of Todak. Understandable.
Stolen Tectonic Charge could be scary.
Yeah, and also a good way to kind of keep Esmeralda at bay so that she doesn't get a little too crazy. Again, Valentina is really, really good into like melee heroes just in general. And then finally we get the Gatot going into the EXP. Okay. Alright.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Wait, no. Wait, who's gonna go? Wait. No.
No, it is Gatot EXP.
It doesn't have to be though.
Kalea
also does pretty well into this matchup because she doesn't generate shields. She just raw heals and fights and can just fight the Esmeralda at level 1. And even at level 2, it's not too bad.
You're not wrong, actually. Thinking about it, Gatot might also be a slightly better roam matchup into the Grok.
Paired up with Valentina, who struggles to clear waves, it's like, hey, we can get you out of here fast.
Okay, maybe we've got some cooking here. We'll see whether Todak actually decides to do that, or if it just ends up being Gatot EXP Kalea roam anyway. AERO locks in the Novaria. Really? I wouldn't think.
It's a decent combination with Grok. It's a decent combination with Grok. It gives you the information that you need. Is there any other reason for it? Because I feel like they could have gone for... No. Yeah. You can't go for Eve into the Gatot anyways. Yeah, you have to kind of lean back into it. They could have gone for Loi, I suppose, but it's a preference at the end of the day.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of Novaria, except in like Dangerous Grass, for example, because I do feel like her damage is a bit too slow. It's high burst, but it's a bit too slow, and you actually have to hit the Star Shatter, which doesn't always happen. And we've got a 1-1 to deal with that can actually catch you. So that's a little bit scary. Could be a chance for Todak to even up the odds here in our very first match of week number 3. The rivers expand once more to allow for the flow of battle to enter the land of dawn.
All right, let's jump right into this. Ooh, early walls here. Zekev knows the tech to block all 3 waves at once. All waves are going to be right at the doorsteps of the T1s of AERO Esports.
I wish I knew how to do that.
It's about timing.
I actually don't know the timing still.
Really? About the minion spawn? It's just minion spawn timing and then the position of the wall.
I guess I'm too scared to do it. Yeah. It's like, if I miss that wall, then it's like, why did I add my skill 2 for it?
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks when it happens, but Zekev, he's hitting level 2 on time, right? Again, no real problems whatsoever.
Well, looks like Zekev doesn't face the same issues I did. Lolil will get that gold crab. We already see a bit of a 2v2 situation. Kusei gonna end up taking the most poke from Dreams.
Yep, and honestly, Dreams, he doesn't mind losing the HP. He can top himself back up. Now, we do get confirmation at the very least that Esmeralda will be facing off against Fondir in as Gatot. So Fondir, all he has to do is just make sure that this is a null and void lane, right? He's got the concussive blast as well. All he has to do is just clear waves and, you know, have a good time. Just wait for the turtle to spawn.
Yeah, it's a perfectly fine matchup since Smooth isn't really going to be chasing Fondir out of lane as well, so Todak will not have to deal with the same issues as before of not having control of the EXP lane.
Gonna have to take their time for now. Mid lane, highly contested by both sides, but it looks like... Oh, Zekev taking a decent amount of damage here.
Gonna drop low, but I don't think Todak wants the full commit onto this just yet. That is still a grok, bit hard to kill, especially with the turtle coming out now.
I gotta be real careful about this. Let's also keep in mind... Oh!
He finds the wall, now level 4, so no tectonic charge, but Dreams has to use the tidal strike to get away. Thorn Rose actually does a good chunk of damage to Zekev. Neither team wants to fight for sure yet.
Okay. Smooth is sacrificing a decent amount. Luckily, Zekev is able to get there in time to actually absorb that wave. He should be hitting level 4 right in just a little bit. But this is a pretty technical matchup from both sides, right?
Leo wants to fight this. Careful, sir. That's a big burst from Kusei. Nearly picks him off. Able to get the regen in just in time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Astro Echo comes out. Tectonic charge. I'm not sure. Okay, there we go. That's the 3-man. Dreams gonna drop to the Ogi. Shadow kill. First blood to Hazel.
Then they back off. They don't even want the turtle right now. It's all about scaling their jungler alongside Kusei. Everybody else is just a +1 to that fact. Zekev will try and control the turtle for now, which is a good idea because, right, in terms of rotation, Todak has to go for their orange buff, which is closer to the turtle in comparison on AERO's side, where their orange buff is on the mirrored side of the map.
Yeah, so Zekev gonna be sticking around just to make sure they can control this. Because of that, we can already see the rest of the lanes playing it a little bit safer. Todak gonna reclaim control. Wall resets the turtle as well.
Very nice. Again, Zekev, he knows all the grok techs. It's great to see such a young player knowing exactly how to utilize his grok.
I wish I knew how to do that as well.
Resetting it?
Yeah.
That one's a little bit harder.
Yeah, that one's harder for sure.
Yeah, you gotta understand the boundaries.
And he gets it again. Oh, this is so frustrating for Todak.
Untouchable. Now Zayed is falling behind an EXP as AERO was able to... Hazel was able to get a full clear in his own jungle, and he will be on that purple. So they've got the timing. They take this for free. What a technical game. Well played to AERO. Really good stuff.
Just 2 free earthen ramparts and a free turtle goes into your hands. All while Hazel is farming the map. So much faith from AERO that Zekev will be able to stop them for free there. Super well done.
Really great stuff. Really great stuff. I think... Oh!
Ouch!
Zayed gets hit.
Wow!
Oh, dude, he's having such a bad day. If I was Zayed, I'd be furious. I'd be furious already.
Zayed wondering if he owns AERO some money or something.
Oh, 90 seconds left on the clock for the next objective, and proxy is actually happening on the EXP side of things. Looks like Fondir actually wants to get involved somewhere across the map, and it's a pretty good call because Todak are on the cusp of potentially dropping this game.
Oh, beautiful! Tectonic charge of Zekev! Set them up like bowling pins!
Gets crushed underneath that pressure. Nice Simpoi. Again, this is so unplayable for Todak at this point. So unplayable. AERO's gonna have control for the next 3 minutes of the game, and I don't think even after those 3 minutes is gonna be enough. Zion first item priority, that War Axe, good luck getting value out of it, because these fights are not long enough for him to get anything.
Things are slipping out of Todak's hands so quickly. This Grok pick, there's a reason it's banned so often in rank nowadays. Gives you so much map control. And in the hands of a skilled player, even objective control as a solo one-man army. Todak, despite having the Kalea this time around, not really able to get any of the setups.
Yeah, it's actually they don't even need to get the setup in the first place, right? It's about time and macro, and I think that AERO is playing it perfectly. Everybody is winning their lane, and Kuse is winning it significantly after that initial dive and cracking of the T1s. I'm expecting him to actually go for a rotation down to the bot side after claiming that mid wave, because he doesn't need to participate in this turtle fight at all.
Turtle going to spawn. AERO already in position to contest it. They're checking every single bush. ZK will find them. Gets the wall. Does he want to commit? Tectonic Charge comes out. Good dodge from Zion. Dreams will flicker away as well. Fondir in the turtle pit. Wow, that Star Shatter Snipe nearly kills Zion. He picks it up. He secures the steal. But it will cost him his life. The rest of Todak gonna need to back this up. Fondir able to escape as well.
Okay, Zion's like, I'm getting punished. Apparently I owe you money, but I will steal away this neutral objective, and this also helps the Oliels actually crack bot tier 1.
They really needed that one, but it looks like AERO not gonna let them get away with it. Smooth tanking 3 people and the tower all by himself. Free tier 1 for AERO. Tsunami Slam used, but he just dies before he can even complete it, and Fondir also melts away.
They have to make choices.
Ouch.
Either you clear the wave or you protect yourself from the dive, and in that case, in that scenario, they needed to just clear the wave. So, with mid tier 1 missing,
he stole it.
And a stolen orange buff coming in from Hazel. This game is spiraling out of control and spiraling fast.
Hazel saying, you stole my turtle? Well, now we're even Stevens right here, my friend. And remember how I expressed a bit of doubt about this Novaria? I really should not have forgotten that Kim was one of the pioneers.
Yep, he was the dude who would steal your buff at level 1, my guy. It's a tough game to play, especially when AERO is ahead. It feels like they can do no wrong. More importantly, Smooth is at the point where he's basically untouchable for the majority of this game. Zion could probably look to like chunk him out later on, but he needs 3 items, and Loliels has been making sure that he isn't wasting any time. Oh.
They found Zayed. In the same time, Ogi Shadow Guild gonna be used. Hazel in some trouble. He's able to blink out. Tectonic Touch! Ziki is a monster! And Hazel jumps back in on Dreams, gets the kill on that as well. Here comes the AOG squad. Oh my goodness. Loliel could not even pop the crossbow. He goes down. Fondir is the last one left, but it's a slow and steady punish. It is another team wipe for AERO Esports.
A big wipe as well. Hazel making sure that he's holding on to his perfect KDA. But all of these fights we've seen from AERO, always a 5v5, right? They're making sure that they're winning every scenario and really capitalize on the punishments as the expanding rivers have just been devastating for Todak. Every buff being contested for. Every time Retribution is up, you have to utilize it.
And CK has been playing a masterclass. Another Tectonic Charge onto 2! Dreams! You're not getting out in your dreams right there. Falling Star Moon once again. Smooth in the base. It does not matter. There is nothing Todak can do.
How do they even play this game? I haven't even seen Dreams use that Tsunami Slam at all. Just unable to find much from it. Todak fans are silent here. They know that the inevitable is coming through. And if Ziki keeps playing a near perfect game, I don't see Todak coming back.
This is the prime form of AERO that we have been waiting for here. AERO fans rejoice. This is looking a lot more like their Season 15 form, and Todak, the unfortunate first victims of it here in Season 16.
And now, see that Hazel's looking for another angle. They're gonna muscle their way through this, right? There's no reason not to. Even Conceal being used by Ziki, but there's still the blessing, right?
Well, the blessing doesn't really matter all too much. Lord able to collide in. We're only 10 minutes into the game and the mid inhibitor almost dead for Todak. Zayed in the top side of the map trying to get some split pushing done, but AERO, they want this tower. They want to claim it with the next minion wave. A flicker forward, Tsunami Slam finds the Grok, but is that really who you want? The damage is so much from AERO! They melt away like they never existed! The crystal's wide open, it's a 3v4 defense! AERO looking for it, but there is no minion wave. They have one down bottom, but Todak, they have enough bodies. They will survive for now.
They back off for just a moment here. Just a small moment of reprieve for Todak's side. I don't know. They're not making the best decisions right now, I'm not going to lie. Not to mention the drafting order probably not as prepared for AERO. But even so, right now Fondir in terms of damage taken is at the top next to Dream. Both of them have taken so much damage. With Hazel already completing the endless battle, it's only going to get worse from here on out.
The fact that it can get worse as well. Todak living out their nightmares. Another 10k lead in 11 minutes, 14 kills scored to 1. This is basically a situation you are not recovering from.
No, it is not. 33 seconds left on the clock before that Lord spawns. I don't see any way for Todak to actually look for the contest, right? They're just so far behind that it doesn't really matter unless AERO makes a huge mistake. And I think that AERO, we've seen time and time again, they're making correct decisions. On the previous turtle take, you could see them, hey, we all back up. Let Zayed sit on top of the turtle first. It's not within retry range. Luckily, the retribution came from Hazel a little too early, and that's why Zayed stole it. But even so, the decisions in the middle of these Lord fights have been superb from AERO.
The space control has been good, positioning has been clean, AERO has been doing everything right. Another Astral Echo comes out and Todak already knows that there's no way they're getting anywhere close to this Lord pit. Free for Hazel.
The drums going off for the AERO side. Now, it should be the inevitable push, right? They should be able to end the game off of this. Unfortunately for Todak, they cannot afford to stand so close together, especially with the threat of the tectonic charge. They've been hit by 3 huge ones, all of which more, but at a minimum 3 people have been knocked up because of it.
We're 12 minutes in. The Lord is pushing in mid lane. AERO already in position to follow up on it. Looks like their target is going to be the bot inhibitor first. Todak gonna try and start work back to base quicker. The siege from AERO is so difficult to handle. Dreams is in the back line, gets Tsunami Slam. Well, guess what? Your team is not here. Why would you even try that? The tectonic charge! ZK! You need to stop doing this! They are already dead! Todak manages to hold on. The Lord goes down. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, and there they go! Todak melting away like they are becoming fish dinner! AERO Esports with the 2-0 clean sweep!
Clean stuff. Great stuff, in a matter of fact, coming in from AERO's side. AERO fans rejoice. Happy with a clean game like that. Todak, I don't know. It feels like they've regressed just a little bit here. Great stuff coming in from AERO Esports. It's going to be a very good 2 victory for them. We'll see whether they can keep on growing from this point onwards, because it feels like they found the sauce to their movement, but this is only up against Todak so far.
It's very unfortunate that we have to say it's only up against Todak as well, but the results speak for themselves. AERO looked to be in better form. They got the right picks. They looked a lot more comfortable. They were basically controlling both games in their entirety. And if they can keep that momentum going, we should see a return of the AERO from Season 15.
Oh, I sure hope we get to see that one more time. So far, some teams, they need to show resistance, right? Maybe the map changes did play a part of it. I'll probably look at it at another time just to see how much EXP and gold they actually obtained from each of those Turtle or Lord/Lord fights.
So many good plays, so many great setups as well. We are gonna need some time to process that one, so let's just go ahead and throw it over to Rose for the interview.
Kemenangan untuk AERO Esports selepas 3 minggu akhirnya dapat kemenangan match pertama mereka 2-0, 3 mata sepenuh boys. Congratulations. So sekarang kita bersama dengan Hazel dan juga Smooth. Okay, straight to the point. Apa yang terjadi di 2 minggu pertama MPL? Kenapa prestasi AERO macam tu?
Actually kita tak tahu juga macam bisa kalah-kalah gitu. Cuman dari situ kita belajar banyak lah untuk match kali ini.
Hazel, apa yang membuat AERO Esports macam dapat wake up call? Sebab kalau kita bezakan perlawanan hari ini dengan perlawanan 2 minggu pertama MPL, beza sangat. Especially korang punya last match up against Vamos. So apa yang membuat korang, okay, it's now or never?
Karena kita takut juga kan, because last week kita kalah, takut tak lepas playoff, jadi kita all in aja.
All in. Kenapa 2 minggu pertama tak all in?
Cuba-cuba.
Cuba-cuba. I rasa itu maksudnya janganlah cuba-cuba di atas pentas. Now Hazel, kita tahu musim lepas ataupun MPL Malaysia musim ke-15, Hazel selepas transfer window, ramai orang puji Hazel sebagai jungler terbaik yang tengah main di liga ini. Tapi selepas you dah berhadap beberapa jungler di MPL MY, jungler mana yang you nak rematch untuk musim ini?
Saya nak rematch melawan Sekais.
Oh, which is gonna be your next match?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Kenapa nak rematch lawan Sekais?
Sebab season lepas yang boleh kalahkan saya cuma Sekis.
Oh, you rasa
kata
seorang
je? Season.
Kat regular season, tapi season ni?
Seni.
Kalau you boleh dapat chance lah nak rematch siapa-siapa pun jungler dekat Malaysia yang you dah meet season ni, you nak rematch dengan siapa? Kalau you dapat chance nak rematch jungler yang you jumpa untuk musim ini, you nak rematch dengan siapa?
Dengan Cibi sebab dia kata saya biasa-biasa je.
Hazel tengah geram ni. Dia nak buktikan dia actually bukan biasa-biasa je. Tapi guys, kita sudah saksikan perlawanan yang very clean daripada AERO Esports, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. So mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada Zikif. Alright, Zikif, come join us di atas pentas. Mari ke sini. Wow. Hari ini memang perlawanan yang very clean daripada AERO. Hopefully dorang dapat kekalkan momentum ini untuk perlawanan lawan SRG esok. Zikif, congratulations. Kita punya MVP. Okay. How are you?
Sehat, Alhamdulillah.
Sehat. Happy kan menang hari ni? Happy. Now, actually, kalau Zikif pernah tengok Rose ada interview Yums di minggu pertama MPL, Rose pernah tanya dia, dari perspektif dia rasa Roma mana dekat MPL Malaysia ni yang actually boleh saing-saing dengan dia, and dia cakap satu nama je, Zikif. Apa perasaan kalau Yums dah cakap you ni actually boleh saing dengan dia sebagai Roma? Okay, sekali lagi ya. Yang last tu tak dapat. Apa perasaan Zikif bila Yum sendiri cakap you je yang boleh saing-saing dengan dia sebagai Roma dekat Malaysia?
Pertama sekali saya tak tahu pun dia cakap benda tu. Tapi bila adik saya hantar video tu, saya macam, bila saya dengar, saya blushing lah. Dengar dia cakap macam tu kan. Lepas tu apa yang saya rasa sebenarnya, saya kena usaha lebih keras lah untuk dapat apa yang dia expect. So saya tak nak kecewakan dia juga lah.
I like that. So you blushing. Macam mana blushing tu bila tengok video? Macam tu ke? Tapi okey lah, bukan selalu kan idola puji.
Betul.
Nak Zikif, you dah cakap idola you dah puji macam tu, siap blushing. Esok nak jumpa dia pula. Esok blushing ke?
Tak, esok mode serius.
Mode serius. Kalau mode serius, betapa yakinnya Zikif nak kalahkan SRG OG? How many % confident?
90.
Kenapa tak 100?
Kalau Yum tak main Kalia, 100.
Kalau Yum tak main Kalia, so adakah korang akan ban Kalia?
Ya, ban. Diorang pun kena ban tak?
Diorang pun kena ban.
Tak dapat main Kalia.
Okey lah, sebab kita boleh nampak daripada MPL MY stats untuk 2 minggu ni, Kalia win rate very tinggi juga. You know what, thank you very much Zikif. Of course, kita nak borak dengan Smooth pula. Hai Smooth.
Hai.
Okay, minggu lepas Rose borak dengan Smooth. Tanya dia, kenapa kalah ni? Dia pun cakap tak tahulah kenapa kalah. Tapi kali ni menang pula Smooth. How are you feeling?
Feeling good.
Finally menang kan? Now, Smooth dikenali as one of the best EXP laners that we have. Daripada musim 5 sampai sekarang lah, orang kata Smooth ni very very consistent, especially your Benedetta. Tapi kita boleh nampak daripada hero pool dengan hero pick Smooth agak beza dengan dulu. So adakah patch sekarang ni impact Smooth punya gameplay dengan performance?
Tak ada, tapi patch kali ni dia lebih fun lah. Sebab banyak hero boleh main.
Banyak hero boleh main. So adakah kita akan jumpa your Benedetta lagi ke tak?
Rasanya tak kot.
Tak. Esok pula you akan jumpa SRG di mana Cram is dominating the EXP lane in Malaysia as of now. How do you think the EXP matchup will play out?
Seru kot.
Seru. Rasa semua orang akan stay tune untuk perlawanan tu. My last question is, sebagai seorang veteran yang dah lama main dekat MPL MY daripada musim 5, since it's the last season of the year, kita selalunya bagi award legenda. So, Smooth, my question would be, apa your vision ataupun mission or legacy yang you want to leave in MPL MY as a veteran?
Give.
Yeah, like what legacy do you want to leave?
Legacy macam tak ada plan pun. Tapi go with the flow lah.
Go with the flow. And my last question, you rasa you ada quality ke untuk dicalon sebagai legenda untuk musim ini?
Sejujurnya tak lah.
Kenapa tak?
Sebab tak rasa macam tu.
Tak rasa macam tu. You rasa tak cukup lagi lah untuk
Tak
buktikan
cukup lagi.
yourself.
Tak cukup lagi.
Kalau you boleh nominate orang pula menjadi legenda untuk musim ini ataupun tercalon legenda? Kalau you boleh nominate orang,
Nominate
siapa yang you rasa sepatutnya jadi legenda untuk MPL Malaysia musim ini?
Yums, Zone.
You know what? Hopefully we will see those names and hopefully Rose pun boleh nampak Smooth punya nama di legenda list tahun ini. Anything yang korang nak cakap kepada audience yang datang hari ini?
Terima kasih kepada fans AERO dan fans Toda yang datang hari ini. Saya harap korang boleh datang match kita orang esok lawan SRG.
Thank you very much to Smooth, Zikif and juga Hazel. Dan sekali lagi, congratulations on your first win. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's strike back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Alright, thank you very much Rose and thank you very much Smooth as well as everyone from AERO. But especially thank you to Ziki because we got to see some great Grok plays today.
And that's why Grok deserves to be banned like every other game.
I know, right?
What do you even do against it? He's just like, oh, stop the... Oh, yeah, he has anti-CC. He can't be CC to the ground. That's great. That's cool. That's
He's just play a machine.
Yep.
Can reset objectives by himself. He lays the lane. Actually wins trades against Kalea.
Can't win it. Can't win
You
against
just what do you do?
It's really difficult, right?
It's literally like punching a building.
It really is. It hurts your fingers, I'm not gonna lie. It hurts your knuckles as well. But this has been one of the worst performances we've seen, specifically from Todak's side, right? It's not like AERO was playing an absolutely perfect game. They just got away with everything, right? No lane was looking to have any pressure whatsoever. The draft side from Todak also kind of bizarre. A lot of the eggs put into the Zaid and Loliel's basket when really you already had the Khalil. You had to make some choices.
It seemed like Todak once again was very uncertain about what exactly they wanted to achieve, and AERO felt a lot more confident about the way they wanted to play the game. Just from that small exchange of Ziki resetting the turtle while Hazel was farming his entire jungle, already showed you AERO knows what they're doing. They have a lot of faith that they can execute on it, and they know exactly how they want to achieve it. In comparison, Todak just... Well, I guess they were trying to go with the flow, and that doesn't always work.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Lolios could have potentially done in this game, right? With or without the space, it's just a lot of losing matchups, a lot of like anti-synergies coming in from Todak's side. Like, are we truly playing around Zayed, or like what's going on? Dreams ends up showing up by Wanwan's side, and yes, Wanwan does struggle in the earlier stages against the Irithel, mainly because the Irithel just has better ways to poke out the Wanwan in comparison to Wanwan trying to like land the first skill consistently, which is already hard to do, especially with such a mobile hero and can shoot on the fly. I don't know what I could have, what we could have suggested for Todak to kind of change this up. Maybe the mid lane, I suppose, but even the Valentina had some value in this game.
The thing is, normally when people pick something like a 1-1, you usually combo it with heroes like Fredrin, for example, right? To lock people down. You could have gone like 1-1 Fredrin Arlet. Then you would have had a lot more teamfight potential. You could have played for Lolil. That could have been an option to look into. I do feel like there is a bit of lack of flexibility showing. Todak doesn't seem to be adjusting well enough.
I don't know. It's really tough to say, right? Because there are drafts which they have logic behind them, right? The previous game, alright, there was a little bit of logic why they were assigning where people needed to be, but in terms of the raw scaling, that would have been a problem, so your gameplay is heavily on the early to mid. This time around, I'm not entirely sure, right? Again, Kalia into who's your burst in this case? Maybe Zayed, but even with the changes to Lancelot, you're not 100 to 0ing people anymore.
Yeah, the damage is kind of lacking, and while you do have crowd control, it pales in comparison to what Grok can offer. And then you, again, don't really have the damage to remove an Esmeralda. So it doesn't really feel like there were proper solutions here. Just kind of a lineup cobbled together.
Yeah, it's definitely a play not to lose mentality, right? I don't know. The more I look at this, the more it hurts. It really, really hurts, especially if you're a Todak fan and seeing this particular performance. I guess maybe they came in a little unprepared for specifically AERO, because they were also another team who wasn't doing as well, but it feels like AERO, they kind of whipped themselves up into shape, right? Slapped themselves out of the lucid dream that they were living.
I mean, I don't know if that's what Todak was doing, but you can't exactly just come into a match with the expectation that your opponents are not going to perform well, right? That's already the incorrect mindset to have. As a result, we see AERO with Hazel on the rich guy, 800 GPM, very comfortable on the Hayabusa, Kusei as the carry, best wingman, Zkeef as well, and I think we have to focus a little bit more on this man right here, because that Grok play was masterful.
Yeah, really, really good stuff overall, right? I think he has a better understanding of that Roam Blessing, the Roam Blessing, and how it kind of interacts with everything, because again, it's two, well, I don't want to say two separate effects, but you can get independent gold from the lane itself, and obviously you're not sharing it, it is a completely separate stat, alongside with actually earning it from revealing people. That's why when you see Minion 754 gold being earned, that's his individual goal. He's not taking it away from his mid laners or even EXP. I would argue that he did catch like half a wave down by bot side.
He did.
Level 4, but other than that, that's mainly where the gold came from.
But I do actually think that was a very crucial timing. I really like the fact that AERO decided to do that, specifically share the EXP to make sure Zkeef hits level 4 before the first turtle fight. And that already created so many opportunities for them.
I agree, but it's also like an old style of rotation, which really comes at the cost of the EXP laner more than anything else, right? Because, again, there's just so many moments where you see Smooth, he's like, I'm ahead, I go over to the mid lane, I hit level 4, what's the next thing that I'm going to do? Proxy the wave. Zkeef could have been like resetting the Lord at level 3 for the longest time just for fun.
You could have. That is the scary thing about this hero, and I think it's kind of likely we're not going to be seeing it again for a long time after this one, especially if the MPL teams are watching properly. But you can see that Todak's just playing on the back foot the entire game. Ultimates have to be used defensively. Even when they dive, they're not able to get pickups. Hazel was able to escape this whole thing. 3-man tectonic charge. 2 on the edge as well. It's just so beautiful.
Yeah, he is nailing it every single time. It's great that now they've put his Grok's tectonic charge. They've created an indicator of like how big his range actually is compared to the old wild charge where you're kind of guessing half the time.
That's why it was wild.
It was wild sometimes. Sometimes you're just wondering if this is the real way. But again, this decision of picking up Zkeef back into enemy territory, why? What would, huh? I don't get it. I really don't. I'm not sure what the communication looks like from Todak's side to make a choice like that.
I think it's just desperation. It's just grab whoever you can, and then they grab the skyscraper.
I think picking up Smooth might have been a little more understandable than Grok, right? Because again, your whole composition is like relatively short range. What are you gonna do? You pull Grok right next to the wall of your base as well. It's not in the middle of the open.
I mean, you're just blinded by chaos at that point, blinded by desperation. You just gotta grab the biggest target you can see.
It's just the roid rage of
it's just like, you! and CQ is like, me!
What do I do? God, brutal stuff here. But that's only our very first best of 3. Our second best of 3, CG Esports facing off against Team Ray. Let me tell you, Team Ray kind of up on the up and rising, but CG have yet to really show that the ceiling, we don't know where it is for them.
Yeah, I don't think they've really been pushed to the limit just yet, which is interesting to see, right? This team, this squad that has returned to MPL with many veteran names, eager to prove themselves once again. But Team Ray themselves looking to revitalize their organization with a new lineup for this season, and so far doing a pretty solid job of it.
Yeah, very good job of it. I think that for now, CG has faced a couple of interesting opponents, but generally, once we get later into the season, I really want to see whether or not they have like any playoff debuffs, and the same can be said for even Team Ray, because again, so many teams here in MPL MY, they do sometimes do well in the regular season, playoffs they just fall flat.
Yeah, that does happen a lot. But I feel like, Chiku, Valens, they should have the experience needed. Either way, we'll get to actually see that happen later. So we're gonna jump to a short break right now. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Fight. Tangki. Ya. Masih bisa, Kim, ah? Boleh. Kayaknya lo, ayo. Ya. Go. Just go, Kim. Gas, go Ruby. Aman, Kim, aman ya. Aman. Coming to Ruby, bro.
Nice one, guys.
Yang mati boleh nak.
Go.
Passive mid.
Aman. Pasti udah pasif.
Leg aku 4.
Dah 3.
Boleh tengok aku.
Locking. Ruby, bro. Mati, bro. Masih bisa, bro. Gua aman.
Aku mati.
Cici, bro. Aman, Kim, dapat mid, Kim.
Boleh.
Atas bawah, pressure ya. Sabar. Bisa lagi. Aman, udah lord. Go, beli orang.
Ruby flicker,
Flicker, bro.
Saya free ya.
Ya. Ayo shadow, bro. Satu HP aja, bro. Sini, bro.
Nice, guys.
Boleh end ke?
End. Ya, sabar. Bisa. Orang.
Nice one, guys.
Nice.
Baik, Du.
Santai, guys. Apa? Lebih fokus ya, guys. Next ya. Sabar. Aku beli TP. Tengok. Bro, mantap.
Tolak dia.
Go. Tadati. Gatot.
Tunggu aku. Nice.
Go.
Bagi apa sih?
Sana dong.
Full.
Aman, bro. Mati one. Endable, bro.
Endable.
Ya.
Mantap, Du, guys. Offside korang, Du.
Abang Zahid mana Abang Zahid? Pulang dong.
Asa mati lu, Kip?
Tak tahu dong.
Asa mati.
Orang.
Tahu atas lu. Sabar. Belum menang lagi, guys. Atas lu.
Mid. Jangan rush, bro. Jangan rush. Gatot sini. Masih bisa. Endable.
Endable.
Ya. Orang.
14-1, guys. 14-1.
14-1.
Okay, nice.
Sorry dong, guys, mati.
Sorry, Du.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamuz have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. river currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
CeraVe baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baharu, Obsidia. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan serpihan bon untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran tunggal yang memusnahkan. Serpihan bon miliknya terkena musuh yang dilanda serangan asasnya secara automatik dan dia juga mengikut musuh yang terkena ultimate-nya. Kami tidak sabar untuk menyaksikan aksi anda yang menakjubkan bersama Obsidia. Wira-wira Abyss Alice, Daeroth dan Thomas juga telah diperbaharui. Kami telah kemas kini reka bentuk visual dan latar belakang cerita ketiga-tiga wira ini dan mereka bentuk semula teknik Alice secara menyeluruh. Kami telah buff fasa awal permainannya sambil mengekalkan mekanik life drain yang ikonik. Matlamat kami adalah untuk meningkatkan pengalaman bermain bagi wira-wira ini dan kami amat teruja untuk menyaksikan prestasi mereka dalam patch yang baru. Ciri perubahan peta tahunan turut akan diperkenalkan dalam patch ini. Setiap perlawanan akan menampilkan mekanik peta baru secara rawa. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan berubah. Membawakan peluang dan juga cabaran baharu untuk strategi dan taktik yang lebih mendalam. Sistem pencapaian kini diperbaharui. Kami perkenalkan pencapaian musim yang serba baru. Berdasarkan gaya permainan dan prestasi anda dalam perlawanan, anda boleh membuka pelbagai level gaya yang hebat untuk menunjukkan kemahiran dan keupayaan anda kepada pemain lain. Selain itu, Wall of Honor yang baru membolehkan anda mempamerkan pencapaian anda kepada semua orang. Mari lihat siapa yang mempunyai pencapaian paling sukar diperolehi. Dalam patch ini, kami telah memperhalusi pengalaman dan tidak balas kawalan permainan. Kebanyakan penambahbaikan ini didorong oleh maklum balas anda. Melalui pengoptimuman ini, kami berharap dapat menyelesaikan kebanyakan isu permainan yang anda hadapi dan memberikan pengalaman pertempuran yang lebih lancar serta responsif. Ada banyak lagi peningkatan menarik yang bakal anda temui dalam nota patch pada masa akan datang. Itu sahaja sedutan patch Project Next kali ini. Project Next akan dilancarkan pada 17 September. Kami berharap anda menikmati semua kandungan baharu. Dan sehingga lain waktu, kita akan berjumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like? When will we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
What's up, MPL viewers? Getting to you here with another report from last week's games. Now, the NXT patch had already dropped in, and big changes have come to the Land of Dawn. One of the few changes happens to be Bane Gold. With the change to his skill 2's force multiplier, his magic multiplier has increased, and it looks ridiculous. Here's a simple example here that we can see specifically from SRG facing off against Todak Innocent with no completed items whatsoever. Maybe a component at most. We see that Dreams loses 50% of his HP. Gone just like that. A ridiculous showing to see how powerful Bane could be in the earlier stages of the game and eventually scales to one-shot his opponents in the later stages of the game. That's one of the very few changes that we did get to see in the gold, and maybe it's already affecting you in your pub games, but that's not all. Blessings have changed for specifically roamers. Not only does it give you gold, it also gives you EXP. A minimum of 4 people need to be revealed to hit an early level 2, and we see this in one of the applications in our game in Vamos versus GMXK. Now we see that Jaja is dealing with purple buff, and Zorn on Fanny Roam specifically is able to hit level 2 way earlier and forcing Jaja to actually use his retribution early. Now, most people are going to be thinking, why is Zorn playing Fanny Roam? Well, that's because he can roam really quickly on that Fanny. Contest, reveal his opponents not only on the purple buff, which he did, but now he's going straight towards the orange buff to test against Jaja's Ishin Shin's red. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's just one of the few applications that we do see in the game itself, because multiple MPL regions have already given this a shot, maybe not with the Fanny Realm specifically, but hitting level 2 early definitely skews the lanes, especially when we're talking about the gold or even the EXP, which is a lot more volatile in comparison to the jungle. Now, out of the big changes, our 4 annual map changes also come into play, and I specifically want to talk about the broken walls. In this example here, we do see Kodak facing off against Untitled. Now, most of the time, these fights usually happen on this side of the river. And that's what we usually know. But with a missing wall here that does not exist any longer, now this opens up a new line of play where you're looking to play on this bottom side, or specifically on this side towards the bottom lane. And it's kind of scary. We'll see in this particular fight that Todak, keep in mind that they're missing their mids tier 1 and bottom tier 1. So fighting in a position, especially this close to Tribrush, puts them in a lot of danger because their only runaway path is down by their own bot side. So Untitled can essentially force Todak into an all-in position just because they missed their first engagement. These are only a few of the changes that we did get to see from last week. We are monitoring the other impacts from the other lanes, if not the drafting phase from every other region. But keep in mind that this particular week we will be seeing Allison as well as Obsidia come into play, and that itself could change the meta a lot. So that's my report here. We'll catch you on the next one.
I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall meet.
Tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda, Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rimau, Nung bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Chiku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan istimewa perubahan peta tahunan kami. Dalam video ini, kami akan perkenalkan gaya permainan baharu yang menarik ini. Mari kita mulakan. Apabila perubahan peta tahunan dilancarkan, anda boleh melihat butiran ciri ini di sini. Apabila perlawanan bermula, pemain akan dimaklumkan tentang mekanik medan pertempuran yang aktif sebelum pemilihan wira. Anda boleh menyemak maklumat tentang mekanik ini pada bila-bila masa semasa pemilihan wira untuk merancang strategi anda. Adakah anda bersedia untuk cabaran tembok runtuh? Tembok-tembok lama di seluruh medan pertempuran telah runtuh, mendedahkan laluan baharu dan memberi wira tanpa beling peluang untuk bersinar. Kami tidak sabar melihat laluan baharu yang bakal anda cipta. Bahaya menunggu di setiap sudut apabila beluka berbahaya aktif. Seluruh medan pertempuran kini dilitupi beluka, maka bergerak dengan berhati-hati. Adakah anda pemburu atau yang diburu? Anda perlu strategi baharu untuk menguasai hutan yang berbahaya ini. Pernahkah anda bermimpi meluncur di atas medan pertempuran bagai awan yang bebas? Dengan awan meluncur, awan ajaib yang boleh ditunggangi akan spawn di medan pertempuran, naik dan terbang ke udara untuk pertukaran laluan yang pantas atau menerjun turun untuk serangan hendak maut. Mari menunggang angin dan menguasai langit. Sungai akan membawa anda meraih kemenangan melalui sungai deras. Arus sungai akan berkembang ke kawasan jungle dan arus baharu akan terbentuk ketika lot muncul dan setelah ia dikalahkan. Ikuti aliran arus untuk mendapat peningkatan kelajuan pergerakan yang ketara. Kuasai aliran arus dan heret musuh anda ke dalam pusaran kekalahan. Kami berharap mekanik medan pertempuran baharu ini akan merombak meta yang lapuk dan memberikan pengalaman serta cabaran baharu bagi semua pemain. Kita akan berjumpa lagi di medan pertempuran baharu.
the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom. Their brutal dominion. Our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets. Aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one. These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamas have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these 3 heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. River currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
CeraVe, baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baharu, Obsidia. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan serpihan bon untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran tunggal yang memusnahkan. Serpihan bon miliknya terkena musuh yang dilanda serangan asasnya secara automatik dan dia juga mengikut musuh yang terkena ultimate-nya. Kami tidak sabar untuk menyaksikan aksi anda yang menakjubkan bersama Obsidia. Wira-wira Abyss Alice, Daeroth dan Thomas juga telah diperbaharui. Kami telah kemas kini reka bentuk visual dan latar belakang cerita ketiga-tiga wira ini dan mereka bentuk semula teknik Alice secara menyeluruh. Kami telah buff fasa awal permainannya sambil mengekalkan mekanik life drain yang ikonik. Matlamat kami adalah untuk meningkatkan pengalaman bermain bagi wira-wira ini dan kami amat teruja untuk menyaksikan prestasi mereka dalam patch yang baru. Ciri perubahan peta tahunan turut akan diperkenalkan dalam patch ini. Setiap perlawanan akan menampilkan mekanik peta baru secara rawa. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan berubah. Membawakan peluang dan juga cabaran baharu untuk strategi dan taktik yang lebih mendalam. Sistem pencapaian kini diperbaharui. Kami perkenalkan pencapaian musim yang serba baru. Berdasarkan gaya permainan dan prestasi anda dalam perlawanan, anda boleh membuka pelbagai level gaya yang hebat untuk menunjukkan kemahiran dan keupayaan anda kepada pemain lain. Selain itu, Wall of Honor yang baru membolehkan anda mempamerkan pencapaian anda kepada semua orang. Mari lihat siapa yang mempunyai pencapaian paling sukar diperolehi. Dalam patch ini, kami telah memperhalusi pengalaman dan tidak balas kawalan permainan. Kebanyakan penambahbaikan ini didorong oleh maklum balas anda. Melalui pengoptimuman ini, kami berharap dapat menyelesaikan kebanyakan isu permainan yang anda hadapi dan memberikan pengalaman pertempuran yang lebih lancar serta responsif. Ada banyak lagi peningkatan menarik yang bakal anda temui dalam nota patch pada masa akan datang. Itu sahaja sedutan Patch Project Next kali ini. Project Next akan dilancarkan pada 17
bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan kita anak. terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30, just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playaz. Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
The cinematic action continues right here in Dewan Sri Putra for the second half of the day here in Week 3, Day 1 of MPL Malaysia Season 16. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the English stream where we are about to witness the face-off of CG Esports and Team Ray. My name is Stafa, joined by Gideon once again.
Hey, we got to lock into the grid this time round because this is going to be a pretty important match for both sides. Guys, keep in mind, we are playing on the best devices possible. Infinix, thank you so much for the sponsorship because they just launched their new and available Infinix TikTok Malaysia. So go over and follow them on TikTok. And by the way, if you do happen to purchase one of their phones, it comes with a free magnetic cooler with even more affordable prices. The GT30 is here to save the day. Price below 1.1K, and it's the only phone in its price tier with GT triggers, a 1.5K display, and a 144Hz refresh rate.
Wow, 144 hertz? That's not all too. I've heard that it supports steady performance and 120 FPS in MLBB. Oh, not to mention, it comes in 2 exclusive new colors, green and blue, added to the GT30 series. So make sure you guys show them some love and go grab yourselves a new device if you're looking for a brand new friend to rank up with.
Grab one now while you still can, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be a hot commodity real soon, especially with this game about to happen. CG currently in a really good position overall and is doing outstanding throughout the weeks. This time round, they're going to be facing off against Team Ray, and the odds feel like it's stacked against Team Ray, but they do have a lot of promise in this game. I feel like they've got some of the better chances in taking games away from CG.
Yeah, I think while Team Ray has not been the most consistent team overall, they have shown moments of glory. They have been able to shine when it's unexpected as well, which is great to see. And as long as they're able to polish that a little bit more, I do think that Team Ray stands a chance of being a very strong contender for this season. The question is it enough now that CG Esports has proven themselves to be another contender?
It's going to be tough because when we look at Team Ray, it's a mixture of not only veterans and import alongside with some rookies. I think the question is whether or not the floor is too low in comparison to CG on just, a fundamental basis, or whether or not they're able to kind of find their stride and really show us what the ceiling looks like for Team Ray.
Yeah, I really want to see it, actually, because we got to see an incredible series beforehand when Team Ray faced off against Homeboys, I believe. That was one of the best games that we have casted in quite a while, actually. But can they recreate that, especially against a team that currently is on an undefeated streak? The only team, actually, if I'm not wrong, since even SRG actually dropped a game this season.
I mean, so far, things have been looking good for CG, but again, we're waiting to see when they finally hit that roadblock, right? Fundamentally, CG has been looking very, very nice, right? They do everything well. Their timers are good. Their bluffs are good. And even just looking for the engagements, it's great that they have Valence to kind of identify those pain points.
Yeah, I personally feel like if we discount SRG, of course, because they kind of mess up the rankings, CG Esports has probably the best shot calling out of any team here in Season 16, and that speaks to their experience. We've got the rookie Amzik, who's been doing a great job so far of proving himself in his debut, but we've also got Balance, Chiku, Gary, and Ye3 for his star-studded lineup.
Individually, these players have had moments of glory. I'm definitely expecting a lot from this team, but the question is, when does it stop? When do we finally see them have to go back, think, reset, and improve upon their gameplay? Because teams that we've seen who have great regular seasons don't usually do that well during the playoffs, and that has been a pattern throughout majority of MPLs out there, I'm not going to lie, but for CG especially, with such high expectations, that could ruin them or it could send them even further to the sky.
I'm hoping that it's going to be the latter, but it's certainly not easy. The MPL curse has plagued many different organizations and players throughout history. But one team who has had a little bit of difficulty stepping foot into that stage in the first place, now looking to revitalize their roster with Jome, Novax, Kobar, Zach QT, Dusk, and Dur. Team Ray are here as the challengers.
Jome. Oh man, it's great to see him. Every single time he touches the land of Dawn, you're expecting big plays from a marksman player, especially in the gold meta currently right now. Kind of hard to expect so much from them, but he's got plenty of years of experience. Nova X Kobar, on the other hand, this time round, I am curious to see whether he's going to have a decent performance or not, because there have been games, because of his lack of engagement, if not presence on the map, that it has hurt their odds. But the biggest standouts has to be Dusk and Dur. Dusk, my god, how many steals has he done when he honestly shouldn't have been able to get it?
And he is a rookie. We've said this many, many times. It's his debut season, but it is worth repeating because his performance has deserved it. Being able to secure those objectives, being able to keep his wits about him, all while showing a very high level of mechanical skill, is exactly what we want to see from new faces here in MPL MY. However, now he's going to be up against yet another former star rookie, Gary in the jungle. It's going to be a fun one.
It's going to be really, really fun. But CG has been so interesting since Chiku, guys, is the guy who put this team together. We got opinions about the Chiku effect, specifically from his teammates. We got Valence, and he said, when I heard Chiku was building CG, I reached out to him. CG gave me another chance on the MPL stage, and I won't waste it. I mean, Valence is coming from a completely different background here of playing professionally and then banging out afterwards, taking a bit of a hiatus before coming back. Coach Rain and even Gary, what brought me back was a call from Chiku, and I believe every coach in Malaysia dreams of guiding someone like him. Gary, I always wanted to play with Chiku. Even when other teams offered me a spot, I said yes to Chiku, even if it meant playing in the MAL.
A lot of people might scoff at the existence of a so-called Chiku effect, but you cannot deny that this man has a way of bringing people around him. He's like a shonen anime protagonist where he creates friends wherever he goes. People admire him. People want to work with him, play with him, learn from him, and teach him at the same time. There's very few players in the history of MPL MY who can say they're capable of achieving similar accolades.
A legend in his own right. He pulls along and attracts natural talent to him. It also keep in mind that Chiku guys has specifically picked out these players to join him, and I think that's interesting to say because Amzik has done phenomenally in these past couple of weeks here in the MPL MY, and now that he faces off against someone like Jom, I want to imagine the laning phase is going to be equal. If not, if he finds an angle against Jom, who I would say one of the strongest gold laners in the laning phase, I think that's already a big step up.
It would be a massive statement, not just a step up. He would basically be jumping to the top of the staircase in one go, right? That's the odds that are stacked against him are in a position where he can actually overcome. And again, kind of speaks to Chiku's ability to identify talent, right? He's not the first player that Chiku has scouted and done well.
Many other players has given the CG approval, or the Chiku guys effect. But let's have a look at what he's doing right now. He's in the back, just chilling here, right? Beyond the arena with Chiku guys. This guy has done so many things for MLBB within Malaysia, within our small little esports scene, and I think that's why it becomes so exciting, right? Because generally, when we expect to see Chiku guys, a 3-time MPL MY champion, the first ever in MPL MY history to win 3 in a row, and in MPL MY SG Season 6, he and his team became the first to complete a perfect run.
And not dropping a single match to the champion title. They were the ones who pioneered it. He also holds the Legenda Award in MPL MY for his achievements, both local and international. He has put himself in the M Series 4 times, twice in the MSC, and remains an inspiration for MLBB players, not just in MPL Malaysia, but worldwide. Even Onyx Philippines themselves paid tribute to Chiku in M6 by picking his signature gold lane Layla, and that's not a coincidence, they called him out by name.
And we asked Chiku guys, and he said, I want to achieve more by going beyond M4 and MSC, and I want to show that I can bring CG Esports from MAL all the way to the international stage, which is pretty crazy because I'm pretty sure if Chiku wanted to, he could have started straight from the MPL. He bothered to build this chemistry.
It's clear, even from the beginning, this is a player who had ideas. So you remember, back in Todak's peak seasons, he played a major role, a major voice in deciding their drafts and the way the team played as a whole. And we can see his achievements throughout history. Despite all of that, he was willing to throw it all away for a chance to start over, to become a pro player on this stage again in his own terms with the players that he hand-selected.
This is honestly pretty crazy for a singular entity to do so much so quickly. And I think the fact that not only did he get the belief of the players, the fact that he was able to form an esports team to begin with really goes to show his impact.
It's such an incredible legacy that he has left. And the fact that he is here, once again, still wanting to continue reaching greater heights is a blessing to the entire ecosystem itself. We're really excited to see what he's going to be bringing to the table here alongside the rest of CG. But Team Ray, not going to be the most straightforward opponent.
They really aren't going to be, because you don't know really what to expect from Team Ray sometimes. Even on their losing game, suddenly a super play could come out from Nova X Gobar or even from Dust for all intents and purposes. They're even stepping up in week number 2 already. Coming into this week, I'm expecting a little bit more out of him if his picks get through.
But I think it's also very interesting dynamic-wise when you look at the way that both these teams play. Because based on the history, right, we know that CG, maybe not quite as aggressive early, but man, they know how to stall the late game. Whereas Team Ray, a little less consistent overall. But let's ask you guys a question, right? Because we always talk about things. We want to hear what you guys have to say. Our question is, do you think Amzik has what it takes to take on Jome in this upcoming match? We've got 3 potential answers. Make sure you guys scan the QR code to let us know what you think.
Ooh, that's a super safe one as well. Maybe he has skill, but it depends on drafted synergy.
That's the get out of jail free card answer. That's the coward's answer.
Come on, I did 2 sessions of hot takes. I'm sure you guys can pick either
yes
A
or no.
Come on,
guys.
Go right into the comment section and quickly go drop your answers before the games, just so you know. That way, at least, we know that you guys are just not waiting for the end of the game and then locking it in just to say that you're right. Be the OG.
Yeah, you know your answer. Once the match ends, we'll get to see the answers of everyone in chat. And we will see if you guys were accurate. But how about us? What do we think?
I don't know. It's really, really tough to say, right? Because Amzik, I think his team fighting has been especially good. And I think that Jome excels in a lot of matchups, even when it's bad for him generally. That's why I'm focusing more on the laning phase, because I think that is the clear-cut answer of who's the better laner. And yeah, that is like it's a small chip off the block, but really, it gives us at least an idea of who has who can push buttons just a little bit better.
But no, we can't escape this, right? We already called out our fans for it.
Okay,
yes or no?
Fair enough. I would say that right now, it's a no for me.
Really? It's a yes from me.
All right, let's look at the players. Let's look at our players so far. They're already up onto the stage to get ready for this game. Who knows? We'll see whether or not the gold lane is going to be highly prioritized here, because so far we have TR deciding to go on blue side. 25% on first pick win rates. Not exactly looking too good, but considering the stats, I'm sure they have a plan coming into this.
I mean, Team Ray is a team that continuously surprises us. Just when you think they might be out for the count, they have a way of clawing their way back into a match. Maybe they drop one game, doesn't matter. They refresh from a fresh slate. And I like that, but hopefully a little more consistency will come as we approach the second half of the MPL season. Especially now in this match as well. CG has very, very accurate directions in how they want to draft and how they want to approach the game.
Now, we've been glazing Chiku guys for a long time, but we also asked a quote from one of our BM casters, Sunfrost. Chiku is more than just a player. He has successfully built his own empire. He has shown how a player can create his own team and fan base all on his own. If you want to see how big an esports player in Malaysia can become, Chiku is the perfect example.
And there he is right there on screen. I don't know what Mars is doing, but can't be up to any good right there. But it's true. Chiku has built an empire. He has not just attracted people around him, he has rallied the hopes and dreams of fans and players alike. And there's very few people who can achieve that. You could argue, yeah, Zorn's also somewhat of a legend, but could he start from the beginning? Could he bring a team together, train new blood to challenge the international stage? It's hard to say.
I think a better example is how many international players, when they think of Malaysia, will think of Chiku guys before they start thinking about Zorn. I think that's an easy comparison there.
Ooh, that is an accurate one. He was the one who really set the stage for us at the very beginning. M1, when he brought pride to the country of getting top 3 for the very first time. Now, eager to create a new legacy under his own organization. It's an exciting story. Let's have a look at the goal laners once again, though. Amzik versus Jome, how's it looking?
It's looking 4 games played so far, so Amzik in general hasn't played as many games in comparison to Team Ray. Average goal per minute, honestly looking a little bit better for CG side. To be fair, they are winning a majority of their matches, but even though Team Ray haven't won absolutely everything, still keeping it close. The average damage per minute is also probably going to be inflated, but kill participation only 1% difference between the two.
Yeah, I think when we look at these stats, we can actually point out that there is a surprising amount of overlap in the way that both these gold laners like to play. They are fairly aggressive, but not overly so. They will try to win lane if possible, but they won't force it if necessary. And they're the type of gold laners that like to join their team for fights. They don't really wait until, third, fourth item before they actually make their presence known.
If they want to contribute, they will contribute. And that's the bottom line here. In terms of whether or not these 5v5s are going to be lopsided, really depends on that draft, but I'm hoping that they come out 50-50 by the end of the drafting phase because these teams fight crazy in 5v5s, so it'll be quite the dance.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the 5v5s because yes, both of these teams are pretty good at doing so, but the draft will be the real kicker. Do they want to lean towards early mid-game style? Do they want to lean more late game? Because CG has always traditionally liked those scaling heroes. They're the only squad that has brought Xavier to play, who has even brought out heroes like Odette before. They are willing to sacrifice heroes in the draft if necessary, and they're willing to pick non-meta stuff if it fits what they're going for.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I'm hoping that Team Ray is able to pummel them and take a game off of CG to force them to play standard, right? There's only so much logic you can put into the madness, considering that Chiku, guys, is going to be a large voice in that drafting phase, alongside with one of my personal favorite coaches, Coach Rain. He's got a great way of thinking of the game, and at the end of the day, it's yes, you could be executing better, but if the fundamental logic is wrong, I'm not gonna let you lock it in.
And I think that's a really good way of looking at it because there's a few too many teams in MPL right now who think this sounds good and don't really properly think it through. I think CG has that on lock. Team Ray are willing to test out stuff, but generally keep it more standard. The main thing I'm worried about for them is an overall lack of early game aggression. They also are a team that tends to lean more into the mid game and then maybe set up room for Jome to scale, which means that they're playing around the same timings as CG. And so far, no one has been able to beat them at that.
Well, let's get into the drafting phase and kick this best of 3 off. First, it's the random map draw for match number 2, game number 1. As the draft is already getting locked in, let's see which map it's going to land on, and it seems to be the Broken Wall. CG currently with a 100% win rate on this variation of the map. Team Ray, unfortunately, not so lucky, 0%.
A massive dichotomy right at the very beginning to allow us to ask the question of whether Team Ray can truly beat the odds. They're going to be on first pick, blue side. They ban out YSS, Fanny, and Kalea. CG ban out Moskov, 1-1, and Angela.
Okay, interesting. So CG is already stating that they want Gary as a means to defeat Joam, right? It's going to be Jushin locked in early for the side of Team Ray. Let's see how CG is going to respond, because I think this is perfect if their plan is to play through Gary to hurt, at least hurt Joam.
It could be a very effective idea, but you can definitely see that there is a lot of respect already with both teams specifically banning out comfort heroes on who they think are going to be the more notable threats once you enter the Land of Dawn. With Azusen picked up first, Team Ray is trying to keep things a little bit more open, and Zach UT is pretty solid on this hero. It also denies it from Chiku.
Alright, here we go. Finally, the Boxy gets locked in early on. This was to be expected. They're not going to go for an assassin, unfortunately, which I would have loved to see coming in from Gary specifically, but they have to play standard. They're going to lock the Granger in as soon as possible, so this really aligns with what CG wants to do. The question is whether Team Ray is going to lock in an early Hara to try and combat it. No, instead, goes for the Claude, and they also get the Fredrin.
Ooh, so we're going for a double tank jungler game right here. Got a bit of a fun fact as well from Chiku, where before a match, Chiku likes to listen to Nasheed songs to help calm himself down. What does that mean?
Interesting. Do
I need to Google that?
Yeah, you might. I mean, for
I'm
your sake, I think you might have to. Even so, the first phase is about to be concluded here. An early Claude pick, even though there's only been 2 being shown, and one of them happens to be Baxia. So with the Trinity build in play, that's already it's gonna be a good option. And I think that Team Ray may have identified it after seeing 2 Trinity build mages being taken away. Now Kimmy is interesting because she kind of gets outranged until her passive is buffed, until her passive is fully charged, and then she can take some decent trades against the Jushin. However, no supports have been shown.
Okay. Both teams keeping that a little bit more flexible, which I think is very important because we already know the support role can make a very big impact, especially on a map like Broken Walls. I think if, I think going into the next phase, Team Ray either needs to ban the Grok or they will risk having to deal with it since CG has first pick.
Do they only need the Grok? I'm not 100% sure about that one.
The Grok is really good on Broken Walls though.
He is good on Broken Walls, but he sucks against the Jushin, right? Because you can like try to anti-CC, but it doesn't take away the butterfly effect. So she just has to hover it over you while you're doing your abilities. Eventually, once the animations are done, you're gonna get lifted up.
You're not wrong, but I feel like that is something that is still fairly manageable. We'll see what happens. Okay, they do ban it, just in case. Want to make sure not to have to deal with something like that. The Arlet was also previously banned out by CG, so that is interesting. Kinda gives you an inkling for what they're looking at in the EXP lane.
Potentially. I'm curious to see whether Valens is going to get Cho or whether or not Team Ray is going to pick it up first, right? I'm not sure whether Coach Rain is thinking, is on the mindset of like, we're going to leave our EXP to be the very last or the support. Now that Grok is gone, there's kind of no reason to lock in your support this early. But at the same time, you're kind of rolling the dice, right? If you're looking for an early pick in the second phase for an EXP against Team Ray.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky decision because you ideally want to leave last pick to counter pick an EXP lane, but at the same time you'd want to keep it flexible for your roamer. So those are the pros and cons that CG will have to weigh. They ban out the Matilda, which is interesting because that would have been a very solid combo with the Baxia. They're just taking supports off the board though.
Interesting. So if they don't want the Matilda for their own Baxia, it's more for a denial on Team Ray, which means they already have an idea of what support that they want to bring to the table. And I think it makes sense here because Kimmy is going to start to struggle in a 1v1 scenario against that Jushin, especially if she doesn't have her passive charged up. So you will need your support to kind of back you up in those scenarios.
Might not be a bad game to bring out the Cho, actually. Think about it. Especially if they're banning out Matilda and Arlet, it could be leaning in that direction. The Esme ban from the side of Team Ray.
Okay. Interesting. Not entirely sure why just yet. What are they worried about? I mean, for all intents and purposes, if CG decide to go for like CC, then you're just picking up Lapu Lapu on the other end, right? I don't see that changing anytime soon. Okay, so Lapu Lapu, I'm expecting that Team Ray at this point don't mind the Lapu Lapu as much because they've got plenty of mobility in the Claude alone, right? And then Zushin needs to just take the Flicker.
I think it's possible Team Ray themselves were maybe looking at the Lapu Lapu because Esme would be a pretty bad matchup in lane for him. If that's the case, CG have done very well by just stealing it away straight away. Even ignoring the potential counter in the lane, CC will get locked in by Ray, and then the Cho taken away by Ray instead. Not gonna give it to Valens.
Love the drafting coming in from Team Ray's side. Really love what they're doing here overall. Not sure about that Lapu pick coming in from CG side, but I mean, they doubled down on it, right? Now, their final pick, what are they going to do for support? Now that they don't have Cho, what else can kind of provide a level of, I can clear the lanes, but at the same time, I can create some space and start peeling for the Kimmy?
Not a lot of particularly solid options in that regard. Normally, if you see a Cho, you would see something like a Ruby pop out, but not really as good in the roam position as before.
It's usually the unseen world that tells the best
story. Guinevere.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so it kind of fulfills the same role as Cho. Maybe not as mobile as the Cho to get across the map, but still has the same idea with the Way of the Dragon. Magic Thump straight away into the Violent Requiem. You could probably set something up for the Kimmy as well as the Granger. So I think right now, it really boils down to the EXP. And I think Dur has a much easier job on landing a curtain call compared to finding a kill with Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, I do think that Team Ray has a path to success here, especially since CG is playing a similar style once again. Double marksman. They want to hunker down, play it slow for the late game. And if Team Ray can stop that and start getting things going, especially around Dur's EXP lane, it could be a very good chance for them to get some momentum at the start of this match. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our second match of the day here in Week 3, Day 1 of MPL Malaysia. Team Ray takes on CG Esports in the Broken Walls variant of the Land of Dawn.
All right, let's jump right into it. Let's see what buff starts they're going to be on. Looks like it Dusk on his purple. Gary, same side, making sure that they are clearing the same buffs. They're going to end up on opposite sides of the map, though. I'm not sure if TR want to even contest for Little Wanderer at this stage. I don't think their composition is too good until they hit level 4.
The goal for them would be to hit level 4 ASAP. Looks like, as expected, Nova going to hit level 2 already. New roam changes, once again, allowing you to play very aggressively on, and it looks like Team Ray not gonna go for the Litho as you predicted.
They back away. Early invade coming in from Gary's side, a smart thing to do, especially when you know that there is going to be zero pressure on your side of the map. Might as well take the early lead, right? Then immediately head back for the full clear. In terms of battle spells, alongside with emblems, oh, Master Assassin coming in from Joe Amender, expecting the gank on this top side, anticipates it well with Nova X Kobar just in case things get really bad.
A very strong rotation up top from both sides here. Contest that EXP Crab. Master Assassin is interesting. Joe wants to win out that gold lane against Amzik.
It's definitely possible here. Really depends on how many bullets Amzik can actually land. But I'm seeing a majority of the members, specifically Nova and as well as Zach QT, taking Wilderness Blessing to get across the map a little bit faster in comparison to CG, right? They're expecting that balance is going to provide a lot of pressure in that mid lane, and considering that it's so early on and Zach doesn't have level 4, he does not want to take dangerous paths to neutral objectives.
Yeah, I think mobility is going to be very crucial for Team Ray here. They're already aware that they can't let CG control the map for too long, and they're dealing with a Guinevere-Baxia combo as well, so having that maneuverability is crucial.
Speaking of maneuverability, balance, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about an option to jump back in, and he tries!
The flicker in! Oh, he misses! That's a bit unfortunate. The F3 jumps in, gets caught with the curtain call. Here comes the rest as well. Dusk secures the turtle once again. Blazing Duet joins the party. Jome here from the other side of the map. It's a double kill for the Claude. Make that another for Dusk as well. Team Ray walk over CG.
Wow, okay. Okay, pretty huge 3-for-1 there. Not bad. I'm curious. We need to see a replay of that. Did Valence get knocked out because he flickered forward with the magic thump? Did he get knocked up by Dusk? Did Dusk manage to cancel it in time, or did he completely whiff?
Oh, speaking of whiffing, looks like Nova wasn't able to get the kick here in mid lane. Chiku will survive. Had to use his Purify for it though.
Yep, he will, again, Nova not willing to expand his flicker to guarantee the angle, which is perfectly fine. He's trading his ult for the battle spell. More importantly so, still has the Way of the Dragon ready to unleash some hell if Chiku walks up even further.
See that the roam difference already making a bit of an impact. Both these heroes very high. Valence goes in, not gonna commit the full Violent Requiem onto Zach QT. Gary comes in from the flank, forces out the Purify from the Zeus in. Team Ray backs it off.
Zach QT unfortunately losing out on a minion because of that. That should be totally fine. He'd rather lose one minion than die. Chiku, guys, is still a level down after the initial gank coming in from Nova X Kobar. So again, the advantage is being traded back and forth, and even making sure that this bottom side is covered.
But I do think the 2 kills on Jome is massive for Team Ray. That will greatly accelerate his early mid-game farm and allow the Claude to be part of fights a lot sooner than Amzik.
Again, it's been a pretty dead game until neutral objectives are coming into play, and now that one's coming up in about 12 seconds or so, looks like CG has a timer on the buffs. Yeah, they do. Gary going for the insta invade. We're gonna have a fight just before the turtle.
Zach QT gonna be scouting things out right now. Team Ray not really aware of where the rest of CG are, but they know they're nearby. Traction Pulse going to miss. Dusk will be able to get the buff.
Dusk making sure that he's not using his Retribution now, having a 2-level lead over Gary. This is starting to not look very good for CG as they start to fall behind.
A 2-level lead is definitely not ideal. Gary only just hit level 7. Here comes Balance. Violent Requiem cancelled once again by a taunt. Here comes the Blazing Duet doing great damage. Curtain Call is a 2-man pickup. Balance goes down. Raging Slash has to be used defensively. Amzik is here to join the party. Already a bit too late though. Dur taking the frontline damage very, very well. Gary gets picked up once again. Team Ray wants to retain control over the objective.
Oh, scary stuff because it doesn't look like they got much off of it. And now we see that Jom gets to go back into the lane to get a free push.
Taunt going to miss. Amzik sniping from afar. Jom comes in from the flank. Dusk once again secures it. Gary got kicked away, but the Violent Requiem catches the Fredrin. Balance with the shutdown. They take Nova X-Kobar as well.
Now they have to back off a 2-for-1 trade in favor of CG, but the turtle still falls into the hand of Team Ray. Now, this is a timer that CG might be able to play with. However, since Gary died, he isn't going to be able to make that initial invade, but he will get to his next camp a lot faster in comparison to Dusk to try and catch up. Unfortunately, with the EXP that Dusk got from the turtle, still maintains his 2-level lead.
And a pretty notable net worth difference as well. Currently 700 gold ahead of Gary on this Fredrin. And with 3 kills to his name as well, this has definitely slowed down CG's attempts to maybe create some pressure in the earlier stages. And we can see that Jom is reaping the benefits.
The huge benefits, as a matter of fact. They basically destroyed bot tier 1. Slight miscalculation in terms of the auto attack from the Ballista minion, but it's fine. Jom, 1 auto should be more than enough. Gets back out. Is playing a very dangerous game with the Battle Mirror image.
Yeah, I'm liking the positioning of Nova as well. Playing defensively there, just to make sure Valence doesn't jump in on that BMI. Team Ray controlling the map very well. Right now, we are looking at a 1.5k gold lead for the blue side. CG is still more of a late game leaning team. They just need to make sure not to let this grow any bigger.
That would be ideal. Next objective in 30 more seconds, but now Gary, he's in the middle of it.
That's risky, Gary. Collides into 3 people. Traction Pulse unfortunately misses. Violent Requiem dodged with the Shunpo as well, and now Gary is stuck. Appraiser's Wrath smushes him into paste.
Right place, right time. Might not be over, but they do get a free flicker out of Year 3. This is actually a huge winning scenario for Team Ray.
Yeah, that was a really weird call from Gary there. I can understand maybe starting the fight to set up, but it didn't seem like CG were actually ready to follow up on it. They left him in the lurch. This is going to be a free turtle for Ray.
Okay, Team Ray securing all 3 turtles of the game, 7 minutes in. Not enough of a lead to really start running away with things just yet. And after Jom cracking open, bot tier 1, topside getting attacked.
We have the Dragon onto Year 3. Gary is here, and we can see the damage reduction, keeping the Lapu alive, but not long enough. Blazing Duet gets the killing spree. Valence goes in, doesn't get the knock-up, but Jom purifies it. Traction Pulse also misses. Team Ray gets out scot-free.
Okay. Not enough of a punishment. Tech pause being called. Not sure from which side just yet. We'll get you the information as it is streamlined to us. But so far, CG not having the incredible starts that we've seen in their past games. This time, a little bit slower, and honestly, the trades going back and forth have been very good from Team Ray.
It does look like Valence is a bit uncomfortable on this Guinevere. There's a lot of Purifies going around and hasn't really been able to land a lot of catches, especially with Dusk's presence as well. Fredrin continues to be his signature pick. Really good at securing objectives with it, really good at controlling space, and because Gary already lost so much momentum early on, it's hard to match him.
Yep. Sad thing for Gary is that every single time he gets into these interactions, he ends up dying for it. That's why we're seeing them fall further and further behind, that these clears are happening a little slower than what we're used to. And I think that at this point, Team Ray, they're coming to a point where they're getting a little too strong, right? This Jushin is going to be a huge problem for them, especially when their Purifies are available. Then you just notice that Valence loses a lot of his value because he can't lock down just one target anymore. That's why we see him jumping on Fredrin.
Yeah, he has to try and find someone, at least. All of these Violet Requiems haven't really paid off so far. So the Guinevere last pick so far being a little bit difficult to execute on for CG. But the game isn't over for them just yet. It's important for Team Ray to continue piling on the pressure, because we've already known CG is great at holding out to the later stages.
We'll see how creative they're going to get, right? Because this early game feels like it's in the hands of Team Ray already, but as we transition into the mid, there could be a bounce back from CG if they're able to secure the Lord somehow. And even then, right, I feel like they need to be able to punish Nova X Kobar. So far, he's been able to kind of slip in and out of these fights. He's guaranteed advantages because of his third hit of Jikundo. More importantly, so towards specifically Chiku, guys, who has been struggling to get even close to the fight.
A lot of things to work on, but we will get to see how they are worked on as we jump back into the game. Thank you very much once again to our marshals for your hard work. We're 8 minutes in. Goal lead still 1.5k for Team Ray.
It's going to be a bit of a slow burner here. Slow burner. CG don't need to rush anything. And they also know that they're heavily dependent on items. Amzik, he had to assist, but it's not enough to kind of get him ahead, especially since Jom was able to find 3 kills on top of the extra 3 assists. He's 1 item off the Trinity build, just needs to complete that golden staff. On the opposite ends, I'm looking at the items. Yeah, Chiku guys having to go for the glowing wand. Mid lane can't live without it.
Interestingly enough, Gary going for the full cursed helmet complete as his first item. I think he is realizing that CG needs a little bit more damage presence, but he is definitely trading some survivability for it.
400 difference between... Sorry, 500 difference now between Balance alongside Nova X Kobar. 200 gold, or 300 gold now for Zach QT over Chiku, guys. Not much of a level lead, so Chiku was able to recover, and now losing that top side for free. The lack of information, it's making Team Ray a little antsy.
This is one thing that CG is better at than most other teams here. Macro, map control. They're so good at delaying games because they're so good at not giving their opponents free space to take fights. And Team Ray is a little bit dependent on getting those kills in order to open up the map.
Speaking of, Amzik and as well as Gary find another item completed. That's going to be the Blade Armor alongside the Malefic Roar. Radiant Armor from Balance as well to try and survive the Zach QT. But now this is a really important fight for Team Ray.
Both teams sizing each other up on opposite sides of the Lord Pit. Remember, this is broken walls, and we have been seeing a lot of teams, even internationally, have a preference for using the back opening of the pit in order to secure the Lord Dance. It's a lot less space to work with, and that is beneficial for some players.
Dusk still trying to maintain control, and Balance does not find the magic thump, unfortunately. Has to use the spatial migration, and instantly when they see that ability on cooldown, they want to take even more space. I don't know if they want to play on that top side, missing a tier 1. But CG just making it difficult, right? Pulling people away because of lane prio.
And they're slowly zoning. Team Ray not quite able to stay for too long. Nova ideally wants to find a catch, but the positioning from CG pretty solid right now. Lord getting reset over and over again.
Yep, hasn't ended just yet. Drome, the only person who can kind of just tank the damage and still sustain through its power. But Amzik this entire time has been double waving. And I think now might be the moment.
Yeah, they've poked Zach QT down really... Whoa! What? Amzik just gets a free kill in the mid lane? Is that a free Lord?
I would imagine so, right? It's a 4v5 scenario. No Zach QT to worry about. Oh, here comes the conceal.
They're trying to go for it, but they get spotted out. Dusk cancels out the spatial migration once again. Unfortunate for Valens. Looks like he'll just barely get out. Amzik gets kicked, purifies it away. Chiku's in the back line. Dome gets shut down. They found him. Valens eventually falls, but Dusk also going to be vulnerable. He takes out Chiku. Yeah, 3 chasing the Brethren away. Amzik finishes him off with the snipe on the depth. Sonata. It is now a 3v2 situation. CG controlling the Lord. Zach QT gonna be back in the fight. He just respawned though. This is a risky one. They're all so low. Nova bursted in an instant. Point blank shot. Derp pops the vengeance, but Zach QT at the perfect time saves the fight, gets the execute. Yatri, the only survivor.
4 for 3 in favor of CG once again. They're clawing their way back into this game. And this is what I was talking about, right? the broken walls, not only as a map, can be a little difficult to kind of move around, especially through these neutral objectives. But right now, Team Ray, they haven't been able to find really big conversions. Oh!
Balance gets that. The Violet Requiem comes out, but ZachQt still has the Purify. This Lord has been danced around for ages, but Zda's gonna be the first jungler to make it back, and Team Ray knows it's go time. They secure it away from CG.
Alright, so they're gonna have a Lord walking in just a little bit. The 43-second mark. That's where the expectations are gonna lead us to. For now, Jiku guys trying to catch up with as much farm as possible, and this is the conversion that we were looking for from the side of TR when they won their fights.
That's exactly what TR wanted, but it sure took a long time to do it. The fight lasted long enough that ZachQt literally respawned and rejoined the very end. Lord gonna be pushing down bottom. Gold lead still actually pretty low, only a 1,000 for Team Ray. Jome just completed the Malefic Gun as well. Pretty important timing.
As they rotate around, they want to take that ST2. Here comes the Conceal.
Balance gets taunted, gets curtain call. That's a bit of a problem right there. Tied to Gary, but TR may have overextended a little bit here. Praise's Trap comes out. Lord's still alive. CG doing a great job of holding their position. Team Ray cannot actually push it. Remember, yeah, Tree is on the other side of the map. Here he comes from the flank. Flavor Spider flickers in, misses completely, but the Violet Requiem! Balance finds ZachQt. Jome looking for a return execution, but he knows he cannot stay.
Nova Escobar goes for the flicker here, and Valence said, you know what, I'ma challenge it. I don't mind. He is running currently, he is making sure that he has some form of CDR. This is a scary position, right? From what used to be the lead for TR, CG about to neutralize it and may even get a little bit more off of this tier 2.
Yeah, they get the mid tier 2. Valence dropping very low, but not quite enough to be finished off. CG now in control of the map.
As they getting into the later stages of the game. Fury Hammer already purchased by Ye3 despite having the War Axe in 2. Wait, hold on. Gary could look for this fight. No, decides to back off. A good choice for the side of CG.
Yeah, they see literally everyone from Team Ray in the mid lane. There's no reason to force this fight right now. It's not really for any particular objective, and your team is not together. Keep it to your momentum. That's what been keeping CG in the game so far. And now the net worth lead is basically nothing.
They've evened up the score, and I think worse yet, for the side of TR. Do they scale as well? I feel like there's a lot more consistent damage. So now it's really between the side laners, right? Is Jome going to be able to make the super play of a lifetime because he is on Claude, or will he need Dur to kind of lock them down?
Gary wants to force the engage. Dragon Pulse goes out, catches Dusk. Gary gets picked up in return. Both junglers in trouble. Winter Crown on 2 players at the same time. But Dusk is the first one to go down, and now CG's out of position. Violet Requiem catches one. Gary will get traded in return, but it's a double kill for Umzik.
Umzik proving once again that he belongs here in MPL. Lord already about to spawn, and CG don't have to worry about Dusk ever showing up. Unless ZachQt can make the steal of a lifetime. This game, we're going to be seeing some inhibitors going down fast.
It's unlikely. Here comes the Conceal. Curtain Call. Not going to be able to do too much. Oh, Flicker Land Striker! Yeah, Tree! With the 3-man stun! One goes down, another will quickly follow. It's a double kill for Chiku, and CG are making their presence known.
Oh, the turnaround. This is the mid-game spike that we were waiting for, and CG made sure that they held on to the gold score and make sure that it is as close as physically possible. Now, dead even game, 12-12, and the Lord finally spawning CG. Their fights have been good, but now they're letting Team Ray. Oh, now Balance is out of there. Should be fine. Oh no, he gets taunted.
He gets taunted, but the tower goes down. That was more than worth it.
Woo! Cutting in a little thin, but now we look at the second inhibitor about to get rammed by this Lord.
16.5 minutes in, mid inhibitor will fall. Only one tower stands for Team Ray. CG rolling around. They found Nova Escobar. He's trying to dodge out of everything. Will actually successfully get back in time. Lord being taunted away by Dust, trying to be held. Not enough minions for CG to go for an all-out invade push just yet. So they'll cut their time here short.
As they back away. I think they've done plenty of damage already. This game is ending up being one of the longer games here. this Friday. 4.8k for the side of CG Esports. A wafty, hefty lead. The extra gold is only and will only be used to swap items.
And we're looking at Amzik right now on the Granger. 700 stacks already on the passive, 30 stacks on the Sky Piercer. He definitely would like to have a little more on that, but that'll build up over time. CG with a 4k gold lead. Still something that Team Ray can come back from, but they gotta lock in.
Let's see. Consistently, they've been stealing away the purple buff from Dusk. And a Holy Crystal even purchased by Chiku. Now, all slots should be full for Chiku guys at this stage of the game. Even so, you can see that both teams don't really want to overextend because they know this next fight it's all or nothing.
If Team Ray loses another fight, that is the end game already. And we can see CG as well, once again showing their macro control, specifically slow pushing every wave at the same time, not giving Team Ray any chance of pushing out onto the map.
Oh, they just want to sync it together, right? They want to make sure that the farm is frozen just outside tower range, so that you don't have to like forcefully push. More importantly, it's the sweet, sweet gold that you get from it. Gary's on the side. I do notice that Kimmy is also towards that orange side as well. I'm hoping they get caught, right? Because you can tell Gary kind of wants to get in on this fight, but luckily he's just utilizing the fog of war to get in and out of this bush.
Lord coming up in 10 seconds, so I don't think CG will try to force anything too outlandish right now. But because of that, Team Ray will be able to start pushing out. They're grouping together as 5. Oh, Novak's Komar with the flicker kick finds Gary, but Gary's actually okay with that. Novak gets bursted instantly. Dusk goes in with the taunt, but CG is so tanky. Amzik with the killing spree with the double kill. He's sniping them down from afar. And CG knows it is go time. The conceal comes out. They're chasing Team Ray into the base. Requiem catches one, and they're not going to be able to save him. Dur goes down. Unstoppable streak for the Granger. 2 members remain on the side of Team Ray versus 5. Zach QT jumps in with the beacon, but it's not enough. And Jom literally can't even walk close. It's a monster kill. Jom all by his lonesome, and he is gone. CG Esports takes game number 1.
A banger of a game after getting punched in the face. Curb stomped a couple of fights. They pull it back and make sure that they even a 2k gold lead. I'm rounding it up for the sake of formalities here, but CG not dropping their games just yet. Team Ray, we need to see bigger conversions from them.
But this team is terrifying, man. They know their style, they know their strengths. Just hold out to the late game, and while Team Ray had a very good showing in the initial few minutes, as you pointed out, they were not able to translate it to the rest of the game.
Some scary stuff also from CG. That early game was pretty devastating, right? Nearly dying multiple times, losing your battle spells at crucial intervals. They can't afford to have their tempo be dictated by Team Ray. So I think they need a more straightforward comp, right? A comp that gets right up in your face and says, we can fight for long periods of time. And I think then, like we saw in that last base defense, Team Ray will eventually crumble under the pressure.
And you can't deny the results, right? Yes, it would be better to have a more consistent game throughout the early to late game. But if you get the victory by playing your style, even if it means you might not be performing quite as well in the first few minutes, then maybe that's the way to go.
It could be, but I think there's a lot to learn from this game, and I'm hoping that the second game has just as much, because again, it really boils down to the fundamentals of the game, right? If you are playing Cho and somebody has a Purify, you gotta be able to force that Purify out of them. Ideally, without the Way of the Dragon, I was just expecting that Nova X Kobar will be a little snappier on these quick and fast engagements.
I think what the big issue was in the earlier stages, a lot of the time it was CG who was trying to initiate the fights. And there were a lot of tools on Team Ray to cancel that initiation. We saw Valence have a lot of trouble. But then they slowed it down, right? They controlled the map, they forced Team Ray into uncomfortable situations, and when Nova was forced to make the starting move, everything changed.
Yeah, and now let's give it up for our MVP of this game. It's going to be Ye3, because if you're looking for somebody to disrupt their opponents, then you have Ye3 who comes into play. So far, he's been pretty consistent in his laning phase, and I think he's kind of brushed it off from the last time we saw it, right? Because this time around, he's not making any of his mistakes. He's not overextending or even tunnel visioning when he was on his previous team.
Yeah, I think being under the guidance of players like Chiku and Valence, and of course Coach Rain, makes a big difference in the way you look at the game as a whole. And I do feel like Yetri is starting to return a bit more to that original form where we saw him as a rookie with so much potential. His Lapu Lapu may not have been the absolute flashiest most of the game, but he definitely had his moments. He was able to create that space. And that 3-man flicker landshaker, ooh, that was clean.
That's what we needed to see, that big play at the end of the day. That's why I said these EXP laners will probably be the biggest game changers if we don't see Amzik or Joam find the space to get those shots through. However, I think that Chiku, there were definitely some moments there where he was falling behind that Team Ray could have taken advantage of because that Chiku doesn't have any means to get his passive back up. But that's something to think about for the following games, right? Looking at the items, we do see even Winter Crowns have been purchased by even Joam. Dur opting to go for a Malefic Roar within his build.
A very interesting choice coming out of there. I think that Dur is aware of the fact that Team Ray does require a bit more damage, because if he doesn't, then it's basically all on Jom, and that's a very risky slope. So I understand why he would go for it, and he was doing an okay job. It's just that CG knew how much damage they were willing to take, and they knew which bodies they were willing to sacrifice in order to make things happen.
Yep. Again, fast decisions here. I do want to see that CG Esports kind of brush up on that early game, because it has been pretty consistent overall in their previous matches that the early game kind of becomes nothing or minor advantages, but even so it gets lost and turns into a pure 50-50.
You know, the funny thing is, what other team was known for this?
Who?
SRG. This is the mark of a new champion.
Suspicious little coincidences here on the side. I think it's interesting, right? Because again, very interesting philosophy in terms of like just the drafting pattern. Because again, they went out of their way to get rid of the Moskov alongside with the Wanwan, and knowing that maybe this could lead into showing Baxia this early on. That's why we see Joam looking for a Trinity, specifically a Trinity build marksman. I don't know if he's going to stray away from the Trinity build marksman and get his hands back on the Granger, or even the Harith at this point if CG is making calls like that.
I think going for something like the Harith might actually be pretty good for Team Ray, because at this point you probably start understanding that CG really likes late game. They like going for double late game scalers, and it's quite often they go double, even triple marksmen in their games. It works for them, but if you're able to stop that momentum early, then it puts a big wrench in the plans. If you don't though, you end up with 4 of the titles claimed by CG. Amzik as both the rich guy and the carry, Gary as the sandbag, and Chiku as the best wingman.
Pretty curious as to how close it was between the rich guy titles. Like, was Jom also there? Because he was earning a good amount of money. I'm not sure if it was 764, if it's 763, that would be hilarious. The carry in terms of raw damage, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because even for Jom, he has to be very careful and very cautious of going in and out of these fights, because that BMI takes a while before it's off of cooldown. In comparison to Granger, tap a button, tap a button, tap a button again.
Pretty much. I mean, Amzik's positioning, we cannot scoff at it. He was doing a very good job of staying safe, sniping from behind. Of course, Gary creates so much space. Literally, the Baxia was jumping into 4 people and just saying, come at me, while allowing the rest of his team to pelt them from behind. I think it's very smart, the way that CG drafted for this, because they know Jom's hero pool. They know the heroes that he wants to play and that he's comfortable on. They specifically banned out Moskov and 1-1, because they want to get rid of late game marksmen that have either macro pressure or clutch potential.
I mean, then macro pressure or clutch potential. Then wouldn't Beatrix be part of that system as well? Would Bruno be part of that system? Probably not. No, it doesn't have that much global pressure, but then and it's hard to like wave clear, especially in the earlier stages compared to Beatrix, who can predetermine whether or not you're allowed to push a wave.
I mean, I think these are like the 2 prime marksmen where like if you're losing and you need one big play to turn the game around, you go to these 2.
Let's have a look at the gold, specifically the gold earned graph, right? Because again, Team Ray were maintaining it for as long as they possibly could, but could never break over the 2K mark, right? They only got into 1.7. And yes, it's very, 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 very close. Even so, getting all the way to 3 or even 5 didn't happen at all. One decisive fight coming in from CG made the difference.
That's all it takes. You just need to identify that one moment where the entire game turns around. But at the same time, the whole reason you have the ability to find that moment is because you control the rest of it. I think this is, again, something that SRG used to be known for. They weren't really particularly consistent in the early game and would oftentimes lose goal leads to opponents, but they never allowed it to pass a certain threshold.
That is fair. That is fair. Which makes you question whether or not Amzik has gotten his hands on Obsidia. I mean, if we're talking about like straight up late game, that's the marksman that I'm looking for. But again, I'm very happy with Dusk. He just continues to show that he's got mechanical prowess and great understanding of interactions, right? The magic thumb denied one time here. I'm pretty sure we're going to see like a couple more in the highlights itself.
Yeah, Dusk alone was making Valence's life very difficult initially, and his positioning once again to secure all. He got every turtle in the game. That is a tall order against someone like Gary, especially on Abaxia too.
Yep, technically it's in favor. Well, here's the thing, right? Gary is good in terms of the 1v1 into Dusk in the Baxia versus Frederick matchup. But once Frederick is in the pit itself, it's not really a 50-50. He can go for the big stun onto Gary to guarantee a free retribution.
And then here we can see this play as well, where Team Ray just overcommitted to try and push in with the Lord, got caught out, got flanked, and then you can see that even though they're trying to focus on Gary, it ends up being Dusk who goes down first. And then Team Ray realizes, oh, we are not on the correct half of the map, and CG just backs up over them.
Yeah, it was pretty weird that they wanted to go into that direction specifically, but then it only got worse from that point onwards, right? A lot of other targets were getting caught. It was really good adaptation, specifically coming in from Valence, from conditioning your opponent to say, hey, I'm looking specifically for your jungler, or whether or not you have Purify, but then it completely changes at 180, starts looking for people like Dur, and even Nova X Kobar.
Flexibility is important, and we are seeing a lot of it from CG. Again, I think they have the best late game macro out of most teams here in MPL MY, and that's really difficult to handle. I think that's like the main factor that makes it difficult for a lot of our non-SRG players to compete internationally.
The non-SRG players. All right, the votes are in. Is it a yes or is it a no? And it looks like 57% of you said yes. The other 32 cowards. Cowards.
32%. We're looking at you right there.
We're looking at 32. I respect the people who put 11% as well. I respect them. At least they made a decision on it.
It's like, I have a stance and I believe in it.
I will die on this hill if necessary. I mean, it's still going to be happening. We'll see whether or not it's going to be popping up later on today. But I think that Team Ray, they had the sauce, right? They had the sauce. We just needed to see them really dig. Like, they cut CG for sure, but they didn't really press the knife further in. When you have that much of a level lead, especially against Gary, where were the invades, right? Where was the strong lane? Where was the weak lane? And I felt like there wasn't enough of a brass tacks.
I think there's too many teams here in MPL MY who are good at team fighting, but are a bit too reliant on that perfect timing to engage while not really having the ability to consistently create it for themselves.
No, that's fair. That's why maybe some people need to get into Obsidia. We're talking about late game. We're talking about surviving the Abyss, strive for tomorrow. Maybe Obsidia is the way to play because she fights and dreams at the bottom of the Abyss. She reclaims sovereignty under corruption and manipulation. Okay, well, all right. Let's calm down there, Luffy. She faces countless enemies, immeasurable power, and even herself. All right, are we talking about One Piece or Obsidia? So what? Because I am the Abyss. Oh, I really wish One Piece had a pretty similar voice line. Project Next 2025's patch, new hero, Sovereign of Dark's End. Obsidia returns from the Abyss. Stay tuned. Why is it called Sovereign of Dark's Abyss with an apostrophe? Oh man,
it's Dark's End, you know, it's the end of the dark. Which is kind of funny because it means that she's not technically sovereign of the dark.
I'm pretty sure that the apostrophe was supposed to be at the end of it to indicate possession. The Dark's Abyss, possessive.
No,
don't worry about it.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Either way.
Could be a typo, could not be a typo. Funny enough. But let's look at how the players are dealing with it right now. Because CG, as you can see, a little tense in the room. They're probably thinking, okay, we need to fix up that early game. While we see on Team Ray, not too bummed by it, but they're looking for means to punish their opponents when they find the advantage.
I think Team Ray does need to have a slightly more holistic draft. I feel like holistic draft, because like actually no, their draft was pretty okay. It was fairly balanced. They didn't have split push potential. They were just a bit afraid to do it.
I think it's really scary when Baxia is in play, right?
Yeah.
Whatever. I think this was by far the most 50-50 draft on either side with no real advantages. No real direct advantages in any given moment, right? Even so, CG, 100% win rate still on that blue side. Let's see how it's going to play out once we get into that drafting phase.
Yeah, I wonder who will be the team that eventually breaks it. Unless we're counting SRG, in which case, yeah. But let's talk to Joe for now. We're still adjusting to the new patch, he says. I think it's better to lose now than later. Every loss is a lesson, and I hope we can use it to improve for the next game, so we'll be ready to fight SRG.
I hope they will be. I think every team is looking out at SRG thinking, hey, that could be us. That could be us winning an MSC title, or at least be a runner-up at some point in time.
Pretty much, yeah. SRG is currently dethroned that all of these teams strive for. The fact that they're being brought up so often, even when they're not in the game, is a testament to that. But I do like that Jome has a very good viewpoint of this. Yes, I do agree. It's better to lose early in the season than later in the season when you do have to clutch out those points. And it is very important to learn from every loss because there are lessons to be learned every time.
Cut to when we don't do double eliminations anymore. I don't want to lose early, sir. Please, there's no second life. That'd be pretty fun.
It's better to lose early, except if you're in Swiss format or something like that. Then you probably shouldn't.
I mean, if it's Swiss format, it's okay to lose 2 times. Just don't lose 3.
Yeah. 3 strikes, you're out.
3 strikes, you're out, baby. All right, drafting phase is about to begin in 6 more seconds. I would like to see the adjustments because now, if Team Ray, if CG is going to take blue side, is the plan still going to be the same? And most of the time, it usually is when it comes down to the map. Down to the draft, not the map. Random map draw. Let's see it. What are we gonna get?
What is it going? Oh, okay. That's been a while. Flying Cloud. Once again, 100% win rate CG 0 from Team Ray. Of course, every map is going to be 100% for CG because they still haven't dropped the game.
Yep, they haven't dropped the game at all, but there is a bit of an adjustment in their drafts. This time they're getting rid of the Fredrin here, giving a lot of respect to Dusk. But I want to see the Assassin v Assassin matchup. The Yishinshin is going to get banned out, obviously, but is there any consideration for Baxia at this point for TR?
I feel like there's a very strong possibility that CG might go Baxia first pick if it's not banned out here. If it is banned out, then what would they go for, I wonder? They ban out the Fanny, they leave it open.
Darn it, this is what I was wanting to see. I was like, Gary Fanny, maybe Dusk Fanny, and then they go Hayabusa or something crazy.
I feel like very strong chance of Baxia first pick for CG. Oh no, it's the Zeus Sin. Alright.
I think that's totally fine here. Zeus does okay into the Baxia just in general, but I think the Baxia is just a little strong overall. See how TR is going to play it, right? Because there's a lot of different options, a lot of different ways they could look to approach this draft. They can still go for the Grok if necessary, but with the Flying Clouds, is that going to play an impactful role? They could look for like things like Arlet, things that want to actually get into the fight with super low cooldowns, just to get onto that cloud, fly into the fight.
But I think a lot of teams now realize picking Arlet early in the draft is very, very risky. Especially with heroes like CC and Esme and Labu getting so much like prevalence. They go for the CC instead, keeping it safe, and they also steal the Baxia.
Very high win rates overall. Pick and ban rates are through the roof for Baxia right now with the current metagame. CG now have to decide how exactly are we going to deal with this CC. They could still look for a potential Trinity build marksman. Joy into the Baxia. Okay, that's fair. It's a little more mechanical. Granger, once again, and it looks like CG are just slightly altering their plans. They're not doing a full 180.
I mean, CG knows what's strong. And until a team forces them to, I get the feeling we're not going to see particularly big shifts in the way they draft.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. TR, need to solidify themselves some kind of an advantage here, whether it be in the first rotation of picks or whether it be the second rotation. Is there any punishable means here? They could go for like an early Cho and then deny the Gwen. No, they still have to worry about Grok. Do they even care, especially with the Joy? I mean, you could punt the Joy out of position, I suppose, with
it's possible.
It's kind, but it's a little slow. There's like there's the animation, like even with the tectonic charge, there's still a little bit of wind up to it.
Angela, right? Forgot about that one. Angela, CC, and Baxia all have very strong synergy.
I sure hope that this is like a support Angela and not just like a mid Angela.
The thing is, I mean, I guess it's okay, because normally I think teams go mid Angela because they do need a proper roamer to open up the map now, especially with the roam changes.
Yeah.
But since they do have a Baxia jungle, it is probably a little more valuable to put her in the roam position.
I mean, it could be. We'll see in just a little bit, right? Because it's not like... I'm thinking about Zach QT's career. He's definitely played an Angela mid before, if I recall correctly. I think season 11 or 12, one or the other. No. He was with JP9, so definitely had to be last season. Even so, Grok gonna get banned out.
Let's go.
It does mean that right now, CG going to be lacking a little bit of burst damage to deal with the hard guards. I like the ban on Iritel. Another hero that pairs very well with the Angela. They're just basically gonna want to reduce as many heroes as possible that work well with hard guard.
That? Or they want to... Well, let's see what this final ban is going to be from CG in just a little bit, right? If they ban out another marksman, do they just want to make sure that, like, Umzik has the best possible lane, right? If it's another ban, it's probably going to be, like, what, Harith here? Or they can leave Harith, give it over to TR side, and then eventually lock it to Esme, but then it does badly into the CC, so... the trifecta doesn't seem to be working out for me.
But I think you can still put Esme. It would still be pretty okay. It's not the best game, but it's still alright. Otherwise, it would be the Cho, but Team Ray have just banned that out, so kudos to them. Let's see, what else would be good? You could go back to like the Guinevere again. You do want to have pretty solid single target lockdown.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Natan, yeah. You know, I've been hearing a lot about Natan trying to come back into the meta. I've seen a lot of people play it in their in-ranked games. A couple of MPLs have even like considered it for the later stages, especially since that it scales so well, and a lot of these fights are like front to back.
And Natan is getting very popular in ranked, especially because he scales well, as you pointed out. You can use Bargain Hunter to get a lot of cheaper items in terms of magic damage. There's very few magic defense items in the game already, and you cannot deny his damage with Wind of Nature.
Yeah. It's really difficult to deal with. And at least it's not as limiting as Harith, where it's like, I gotta fight you in this zone. He's like, nah, I can play a little bit better than that. TR gonna be going on with the Claude, leaving their last pick to be a mystery. Is this Angela mid? Is it support? Who knows?
You know, CG could go Kaja.
They can go Kaja.
It would not be bad. Like, you go Kaja or like Franco or the Guinevere. I think all would be pretty solid options for you. And then you would want another really strong front line on your EXP lane as well. I think Lapu could still work here.
Lapu's okay, but it's gonna be hard to catch the Claude anyways, unless you have that big flicker play. Anywho, wait, let me think about this. Any other? Oh no, they can go Paquito if they wanted to. Oh, they actually go Esme into the CC. All right, sure thing.
I mean, it works really well into both the Claude and Angela, but you might be sacrificing lane a little bit. It all depends on how well Yetri matches up against Dur. And it looks like they will stick to the Guinevere, so no Kaja this time.
Yeah, they needed somebody to open up the map. I think Guinevere, as you called it, should have been expected. I was thinking Paquito because that's what Ye3 played the last time into a CC matchup. And he did, and it's not like he did terribly. He did okay.
He did pretty well, actually.
And he messed up only like one time. If he didn't mess up that one time, I think he would have been destroying that entire game as well. Badang finally gets locked in for the side of Team Ray. I love it. Badang, such a good pick into this matchup.
Yeah, I really like the Badang roam here. There's a good amount of crowd control on the side of Team Ray. Makes up for a little bit of that extra damage that you lose from a mid-Angela as well with the Thunderbelt stacks. And CG is going to have a slightly more difficult game this time around. There's a lot to navigate through in the team fight.
Yep, But the big issue is that Joam has to do all the heavy lifting. That is my biggest problem, right? There is no backing out. If Joam has a tough time, the whole team is going to have a tough time.
Well, if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's going to be Joam himself. We've got Joy in the arena to bring us into the land of Dawn. CG Esports currently 1 game up. Will the Flying Clouds be able to bring them to their destination of victory? Or will it turn out to be on the side of Team Raid, bring us to a full series? Only time will tell. It's time to jump right back into the land of Dawn.
All right. Let's see the buff starts. Let's break down the compositions. Coming in from the side of CG, they're still playing a relative pick-off composition, but there's a lot of ways to make the fight sticky. And when I'm talking about sticky, I mean chasing your opponents and keeping them in place. They have a lot of tools to pull their enemies back into the middle of that fight and never really lose that pressure. From TR side, again, it's highly dependent on Joam, right? Wait, early invades here alongside with the Jushin early on. It does force Dust to actually use that retribution. I'm expecting a full turn here. No, they're not going to be moving to the top side of the map. Interesting.
And going for the Litho instead. We know for sure that Guinevere Zusin will probably have a little bit more pressure mid compared to a Badang Angela, but that difference will go away the later the game goes. The cancel on the spatial migration. Good reaction from Nova.
Yep, that's what you expect, or should be expecting from Badang and as well as Guinevere. I'm expecting a lot for Nova, to be fair, right? Because there's so many abilities that he can just punch people out of. Like, Joy goes for the dash and is like trying to go for a reset, you can just punch her out of it, right? Forcefully saying, no, I'm not going to give you 3 of those beats on time. Yeah, 3 as well with the Falling Star Moon, you can cancel it while she's charging it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can disrupt, so Nova Escobar are going to play a very important role here, and well, Badang is definitely one of those heroes that he would be specialized in. Nova Escobar loves the big team fight setup roamers.
Now, see that Ye3, he's holding well in the lane. Dur needs to be able to brass tax Ye3 as soon as possible, right? Ye3 should not be this healthy. More so, they need to fight for these crabs. Oh, wait, hold on.
Balance is okay there. Did provide some vision so that Ye3 knew that Dusk was waiting in the bush. First turtle's gonna come up. Everyone gonna be trying to hit level 4 for it. Balance just a bit short.
I mean, he'll hit it as soon as he runs down to the bot side. Reveal hits level 4, no problem. But Duskin as well as Dur, again, they're trying to make sure that Dur gets to walk out of that lane, knowing that Ye3 gets the first free push.
This is a good time to engage for CG. They can see that Nova is still a little while off from actually hitting his own level 4. Carry coming over. Angela pops the hard guard onto Dur, and Balance gonna be caught inside the turtle pin, not able to dash out in time. Nova Escobar picks up the first blood. Dust secures the turtle as well. Electrifying beats, not quite doing enough damage as the Vengeance keeps Dur topped up.
Not sure why the hard card was used specifically on Dur. They could have waited for a little bit longer before they committed to it. But I guess they just knew that Dusk was going to be the tankier target anyways. Again, really good engagement from Balance's side, but Nova Escobar just reacted perfectly. That's what you want to do as Badang. And he was able to disrupt, like, what, 3 people in the middle of that turtle fight. So if he is able to repeat this process again, CG is going to have an extremely hard time.
Yeah, it's honestly surprising to me how little of Badang we see this season, considering he's still such a solid hero pick.
He's just good at what he does, you know?
He punches you real good. Valence going to unfortunately miss another jump, but it's okay for now. Next turtle isn't going to be up for a while, so both teams can take a chill pill.
Yeah, I was hoping that maybe Nova was going to try and deny the spatial migration, force him to flicker. Oh, hold on.
They get the pickup into the Violent Requiem. Nice combo there on Dusk. But they do not have the damage to follow up, and now Fist Crack catches Balance. He's able to dash out just in time. Gary is here as well, but the curtain call locks him down, and CG will not continue.
Really good rotations here from both sides, right? Unfortunately, Amzik was the bigger winner of it all. Joam ended up losing at least 2 of the minions there, but Amzik getting half of the gold plating. Ooh, Chico even flickering out. Wasn't expecting Dust to clear up his camps as quick as he did.
Definitely worth the flicker there. Chiku was 100% dead if he didn't do it, and they definitely want him alive for a turtle coming up in 25 seconds.
Yep, and now Dur, again, can't deal with how fast Ye3 is able to push out this lane this early on into the game. First items haven't even started rolling through. We'll see. 10 more seconds. You can see that the Starlium side finally finished by Gary's side. He's got a little burst on his hand, but we still need to see the Holy Crystal before we get confirmation that he can one-shot some of the squishies on TR's team.
We're kind of starting to see the fact though that Esmeralda actually may win the matchup against CC now, since Dur actually cannot walk out the lane against Ye3.
Is it the impure rage that's making the difference here?
I do not know, but I do know Esme is really annoying right now.
Yeah, Ye3 is getting away with it, and he's walking away with, like, again, all of his HP. Like, it's like he never even got taxed in the first place.
Well, right now, TR on top of the turtle. Ye3 already providing vision. Valens goes in with Violent Requiem. Only finds Nova. Does not commit the ultimate. Dusk once again secures the turtle. Valens gonna be sacrificed. Heart Guard goes under. Is gonna get thrown away. CG will cut their losses.
Maybe it's because of the Flying Clouds, right? He took a bad trade. He takes the Flying Cloud back into the lane as soon as possible. If he does it at the right time, more so that he's willing to just eat the damage while clearing up the wave, then he gets a free reset.
That's possible. This warrants a little bit more observation, but we can see Ye3 completely zoning Dur out of lane, giving the tier 1 to Amzik actually. Sacrificing top potentially. Gary is here to clear the wave. Okay, so that's a free tower.
Oh, is Chico willing to die for this? He still has his ult, he can bail out. But he's got to be careful, they're about to collapse on him.
Meanwhile, in bot lane, Heart Guard already used on Dur, and the Flicker Violent Requiem sets it up for Amzik. Perfectly done by Valens. Looks like, Amzik dodges the initial engage, but gets caught in the fist crack. And unfortunately, that means he's gonna lose his life to Dusk. CG a bit too late to party.
Big sash. Death Sonata was supposed to allow him to roll out of the fist crack. He might have survived it. I'm not sure. It
was close.
It was very close indeed, but that's going to be some big spells being thrown out there. Unfortunately for Amzik, it does mean that his recently purchased Sky Piercer back to 0.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate timing for him, but better it happens early than late. Right now, CG still holding on to a slight gold lead. Nothing too notable just yet. Team Ray trying to slow things down.
I am curious about the gold difference between Ye3 and as well as Dur. I did see a War Axe finally purchased by Dur, but it's 6 minutes into the game, which is still considerably late. Not sure what held him back in terms of the gold. But for now, Team Ray still the ones high up in the kill score, 3-1, but CG is the one who's winning out in gold. 1.2, 1.1k ahead of their opponents.
As the CG macro right there, TM. Next turtle, gonna be coming up. Once again, Team Ray are the first ones on it, but we can see the waves pushing all across. They have sent ZachQT to deal with the bottom side.
They're positioning in a weird manner. Where's Valens? He's sitting by that purple buff zone, but they realize that all 4 of their members are on this side of the map. Maybe he's hoping to catch out ZachQT, but now they have to worry about mid. Good macro!
Oh, they found one! That's ZachQT! Guess there's no Heart Guard for you anymore! But then comes out and Dur trades for Amzik. I think that's a lot more worth it for Team Ray.
Beautiful macro coming up from CG's side. A forced mistake as they push in with the waves. This is how you should be utilizing your waves to force stuff out of your opponents. Unless TR are going for the big rush, which they are now, I don't even think CG even care about this turtle no longer.
Nova gonna cancel things out, gets the stun on Gary. He's not able to come in for the turtle steal. Valens in some trouble, but I don't think TR can continue this.
They have to back away. Man, losing mid tier 1, that has got to suck. Curtain Call even being thrown onto Ye3's side, a little late. Projectile, honestly they need to increase the projectile speed of the Curtain Call. It's like oddly slow.
Yeah, you would think that you could throw yo-yos a lot quicker, but I wouldn't know. I can't play with them. Amzik, unfortunately, going to be a little bit slowed down. That's the only consolation Team Ray has, but even so, he's still a whole 1k gold ahead of Jome.
Yeah, but right now, just look at the gold that Amzik was able to achieve. 6.1 compared to 5.2. Everybody else is like slowly, I mean, obviously Gary's breaking into the 5s, but everybody else, solo laners, hardly breaking 4.
Honestly, Esme is an issue right now. The fact that Ye3 can do all of this for free. They jump back in on there. Heart Guard comes out, electrifying beats, not doing a lot of damage. Fizz crack locks him down. That was maybe a bit too much from the Joy.
Yeah, again, fast rotations from Dusk's side, good utilization of how quickly they can travel across the map and the global presence of that Heart Guard. Something to keep in mind for the side of CG, right? I think maybe they thought they had a timing there, because Dusk potentially could have been rolling on towards that top side. Again, they have to reevaluate. Oh,
Valens got cancelled. Unfortunate. He was still in Shield Unity. That could have been a good setup.
It's sad, a little sad, but not the end of the world still. Gary is back up level 11 to level 11 against Dusk. 0-1 though, compared to the 1-3. It's not much of a lead anyways, right? This game's so close.
Oh, they're re-engaging on Valence. Violet Requiem comes out defensively.
What?
Valence is out!
How does he live?
He's got no HP and he's out!
How does he live that? How does he live starting off with the Violent Requiem to build up the stacks to eventually knock him up for half a second before bailing?
I do not even know. That's just the balance effect right there.
So ridiculous. This kid, he's still got the mechanics, man. He's still got the mechanics, even after all this time.
This was always something he was good for. Aggressive plays. He knows his limits. Holy Crystal now completed on Gary. Very important power spike for the side of CG, which means this next Lord fight going to be a fragile balance.
Yep, and you can see the Team Ray without any tier 1s. This is a dangerous position to fall back to. Zoning is hard, but they have no control over the mid lane. Yeah, 3 is about to come in. It's a 4v5 until the Heart Guard comes through, and even then, TR are still at a disadvantage.
And look at the way CG is positioning themselves. They're not even forcing a fight. They're just slowly but surely zoning Team Ray out of the Lord hit. The River now in full control. Chiku doing a great job of just standing there menacingly. Nova does see Gary, but they found one. Violent Requiem caught out the Baxia. Heart Guard not quite available just yet. Dust gonna need to back this off. Yetri chasing Zome away. Heart Guard gonna be used once again on Dur, but Gary with the electrifying beat finds the kill on Dust. He's locked into the wall. He dashes away. He is alive once again. CG, they can't keep getting away with this.
Oh my goodness. Too close for comfort. It's gonna be a full reset, but the fight isn't over just yet. Down by Tribrush, we see that Dur. Wait, the Heart Guard's already back up.
They're going in once again. Heart Guard on Dur. Gets the curtain call locked down, but Optic! Face full of lead! CG Esports also low on HP, but they're the ones in control of the Lord. Nova and Jom are here. They want to find it. Blazing Duet is available, but oh, there's Nova! They find Balance Gary! Secures the Lord. Amzik in trouble. Wind of Nature not going to keep you alive there. Jom picks him off. CG get the objective. They sure have to trade a lot of bodies for it, though.
Jeez. Why couldn't they? I mean, Gary saved the scenario. He saved the scenario because, again, CG, why were they trying to rush it? They don't even have the correct heroes to burst this Lord down. They are not burst-oriented. They want to try and slow things down. And Gary, by himself, cannot solo the Lord without a little bit of help or at the cost of a lot of his HP. They could have just reset the Lord, and I think that would have been totally fine. They were already in a winning scenario. They already had Gary power farming his side of the jungle and could have gone even further considering that Team Ray is waiting for CG to make that first move.
It 100% could have been cleaner, but CG still comes out with the Lord. They still have map control. Chiku got his 1,400 assists in MPL, by the way, just as a footnote after everything that's happened. Team Ray gonna need to defend this.
They're gonna have to try. It's not gonna be easy though. The siege, luckily for both sides, it's not that great.
They get the pickup into the Violent Requiem combo. Vengeance forced out on Dur. Heart Guard not gonna be committed just yet. The Lord has been burnt down. CG not able to get an inhib just yet, but they have another minion wave coming in. Can they secure it? Amzik with the sniping, doing a lot of poke damage. Tower 1 hit away. Yetri locked down inside it, but is able to walk away. Doesn't even need to use the sprint. CG make out like bandits, and Gary nearly takes the top inhib at the same time.
Oh, does it fall? I mean, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. It's almost as good as gone at this point. Jom, he's doing a good amount of damage, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the space to just sit there and auto-attack people down to death. And I think more so, he's a little worried because he's waiting for his Winds of Nature to come off cooldown. It's his only potential defense mechanism against Amzik at this point. And even then, Amzik, he's probably thinking the exact same thing. When is my Wind of Nature going to come back up? I don't want to die to another Blazing Duet.
They do have to give some proper respect. This game, Jom has been able to farm up somewhat okay. Still behind Amzik, of course, but valid enough to be a threat if CG makes a big mistake. And remember, they're pushing into the base on flying clouds. Team Ray can come from behind.
Oh, prolific gun purchase as well. The only way that he's going to get... If there's no space, fine. Just increase my auto attack length. And that'll be what he needs. Still has his boots though. Even though right now Amzik in a phenomenal position, unfortunately wasn't able to stack up the Sky Piercer any higher.
A little bit more would have been very, very good for CG, but they are still in control of the map. Next Lord is up in 10 seconds, and the minion waves are all still pushing in their favor. It's going to be very hard for Team Ray to come out to fight for this.
Yep, 2 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns. So far, Amzik, he's been stacking this entire time, and Gary, he's got the damage now. Especially with the... Hold on. How much? No, there isn't a lot. Only 2 people. Only 2 people with some form of magic resist in the Radiant armors. Everybody else is still susceptible. ZachQT doesn't really matter. He's not going to be like directly in the fight per se, but right now, every little bit of magic resist, every little bit of armor makes the difference.
That Lord is actually getting really low. Team Ray want to rush it. Conceal comes out from Nova. He's looking for Gary, but he's not able to find it. But he misses the retreat dome! Secures the Lord! But what is it going to cost? There's too much damage coming in from the backline. Seeds of CG Esports! Blazing the Wet and Hard Guard used to keep Dome alive, but that means they sacrifice us. It's a double kill for Amzik. CG are chasing them into the base. Dome looking for some revenge, but there's no way to walk back out.
Oh, that's so dangerous. This is so dangerous. Dome does not want to lose this game. He is weaving every single auto attack as he steps backwards and continues to kite his opponents. He's got relevant damage that CG cannot deal with without the right items. Now, Immortality's coming into play. They will take the mid inhibitor.
CG still staying. They don't care about the Lord. The Hard Guard comes out, but he gets picked up into the Violent Requiem! Dur has been murdered! As ZachQT misses the escape! Killing spree for Amzik. Crystal wide open. Minion wave streaking in. Blazing Duet comes in with the Winter Crown. Good clear from Dome, but is it enough? Novak's Kobar will be picked off as well. It's a mega kill for the Granger. He's just sniping them down by bowling pins. Gross dives in. Gets the kill on balance, but he gets lifted up once again. Chiku is here. The legend of MPLMY will not allow you to escape the grasp of CG Esports! It's a team wipe, and that means it is a clean sweep for CG Esports!
GG, well played! A 2-0 victory as CG continue their win streak here in the league. CG equals clean games. You got that right.
Wow! 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 Once again, the legend himself, Chiku, proves that this is a team to watch out for. It's not just SRG you gotta keep your eyes on anymore. Their undefeated streak stays alive.
Yep, and you can see the members here. Holy, that was a great game to watch. Really highly macro based. Couple of misplays. Well, I wouldn't even say misplays. Mechanics coming out from Team Ray's side, which really costed them a decent amount. But CG really etching out in the moments that matter the most.
This team is so good at holding out that late game. That macro is another level entirely. I can't wait to see what more we have waiting for us in the future. But for now, what's in the future is an interview on stage with Rose.
Masih lagi dapat kekalkan win streak mereka. 3 mata penuh lagi untuk CG Esports. Wow, congratulations sekali lagi. And Ye3, welcome back. Lama tak dapat interview you
Selama MPL sekali je punya interview.
Okay. Sekarang kita interview banyak. Rose nak tanya banyak soalan kepada Ye3. First of all, how are you?
Baik.
Happy. Now, Ye3, macam mana? I'm pretty sure ramai orang tengah tanya lah. Macam mana Ye3 actually dapat masuk CG ni? Boleh ceritakan sikit?
Time tu Rain chat saya dekat IG, DM saya, and dia kata berminat tak untuk masuk CG, and then dia kata boleh try dulu, and dalam masa seminggu je saya masuk je.
Oh, so Rain yang PM tepi lah?
Rain yang push saya.
Oh, okay. Now, kita boleh nampak dari segi performance Ye3 daripada team dululah dengan sekarang, kita boleh cakap the difference is drastic. As in, macam langit dan juga bumi lah boleh kata. In a sense where dulu ramai orang actually agak kecam Ye3 juga dekat online and all that, and sekarang ramai orang puji Ye3, cakap Ye3 ni underrated EXP laner. So apa yang beza sebenarnya?
Perbezaan mungkin experience lah, sebab dulu mungkin saya tak terlalu matang untuk bermain kat MPL, dan sekarang saya dah tahu, saya belajar daripada sebelum MPL ni. Saya placement 78, lastly nombor 65, and saya belajar banyak dari situ, and of course saya tengok belajar video MPL semua, and sampai sekarang saya belajar pada Ciku, Beles and Gary. Sampai sekarang alhamdulillah.
So bila dapat team dengan veteran ni, bolehlah tolong kita punya performance.
Mungkin sikit, 20% daripada teammate, 80% daripada diri sendiri lah.
Oh, coach tak ada? Tu sebab 80 plus 20 tu 100. Coach tak ada apa-apa?
Coach mungkin untuk motivation je.
So coach selalu motivate?
Sebenarnya untuk berubah ni diri sendiri je.
Yeah, I honestly think that is true sebab I rasa pun the biggest enemy is often ourselves lah kan. Kalau kita tak yakin nak pergi jauh, tu susah. My final question untuk Year 3 adalah untuk your next match. Orang kata the final boss of MPL MY. And sekarang Year 3 performance dekat EXP amazing. Tapi you akan jumpa Cram. So, macam mana yang you rasa will happen dekat EXP lane bila you jumpa Cram untuk Ahad?
Of course, excited to jumpa Cram sebab dia pernah jadi world champion kan. And then saya tak kisah pun dia world champion. Saya assume yang semua yang main kat champion ni sama level dengan saya. So je.
Wow.
Perbezaan antara kita orang dengan diorang mungkin kalah dan menang je.
Kalau menang experience je. Sebab diorang dah pergi jauh lah kan. Tapi dekat sini semua sama untuk Year 3. I like that mentality, I like that mindset. Tapi guys, kita nampak 2-0 punya game sangat-sangat seru. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh jadi MVP of the game. Kepada audience dekat Dewan Sri Putra, siapakah MVP anda? Wish, ramai orang kata Year 3. So mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada dalam bilik. Dekat sini. Year 3! Wow, Year 3. Alang-alang dah interview dekat stage terus MVP Now Year 3, I think kan soalan yang Rose nak bagi, since you cakap you tak kisahlah dia dah macam pernah pergi international, you rasa semua pemain dekat sini sama level je. So betapa confidentnya Year 3 untuk jumpa SRG this Sunday?
Apa?
How confident are you to meet SRG this Sunday?
100%.
100%. Korang nanti datang tak tengok? Korang sokong CG tak? Macam dorang ada yang cakap tak. Tapi tak apa, I'm pretty sure they will support anyways. Thank you very much, Year 3. And of course, Coach.
Hello.
Hello, Coach. Now, Coach, entering this season, ramai orang actually doubted CG online, right? Ramai orang cakap, team ni mungkin tak MPL ready. So Coach, bila you masuk musim ni, you rasa boleh pergi sejauh ni tak? Or perform this amazing?
Saya setuju dengan diorang. In terms of performance, kita tak betul-betul ready lagi. Even kemenangan kita walaupun 2-0 tapi semuanya agak shaky dan banyak perkara yang perlu diperbaiki. Jadi balik ni kami akan review dan bersedia lebih baik untuk berhadapan dengan SRG.
Okay Coach, you mention semua perlawanan yang korang main tu 2-0. So, jangan marah Tapi adakah ini Coach Rain kembali? Coach Prime Rain kembali?
Tak prime.
Tak prime?
This one, sebenarnya saya tak fikir pasal apa-apa sangat. Lebih kepada nak fokus jaga gameplay pasukan saya je.
Okay, now let's talk about the gameplay. Sebab kita boleh nampak sebagai audience that CG ni walaupun dorang dapat menang perlawanan tu, as you've mentioned, it's shaky. Lagi-lagi di early game. In your opinion, ataupun the opinion yang you nak bagi kepada audience, kenapa korang sangat shaky di early game?
Saya rasa dia more kepada decision making individual on certain part. In terms of makro, nampak banyak yang kita dah improve. Cuma decision making yang boleh bagi impact kepada pasukan tu yang perlu diperbaiki dan detaility semula lah.
Okay, I like that. Now Coach, another question. Dengan kemenangan 2-0 ni so far amazing looking, going up against SRG, apa preparation yang Coach Rain akan buat untuk make sure korang at least dapat secure points lawan dorang?
Kalau berhadapan dengan SRG, kami lebih fokus kepada untuk persediaan menyeluruh. Bukan setakat fokus kepada mikro, bukan setakat fokus kepada makro. Tapi saya rasa yang lebih besar adalah dari segi mental. Macam mana kami nak berhadapan dengan pasukan yang orang kata dah world class dan juga pernah memenangi kejuaraan dunia.
Yeah, I think mentality adalah satu benda yang semua team kena work on bila dorang nak lawan SRG with such an experience kan. And I'm pretty sure your boys has it in them, especially banyak yang veteran boleh ajar adik-adik dorang. But Coach, berapa mata yang you rasa boleh dapat daripada SRG? Adakah 1 mata, 2 mata ataupun 3 mata?
Hopefully 3. Tapi apa-apa pun saya tak nak player fokus kepada result sangat, tapi lebih fokus kepada kualiti permainan yang kami akan deliver lah. Yeah.
Very good answer. I like that. Quality games is always the better thing. Sebab kalau kita menang tapi kita menang macam tu je, macam tak best kan? Tak rasa shock. Tapi kalau kalah, kalau macam tu je tak rasa kan?
Betul.
So yeah, maybe we will see, and hopefully we will see a quality matchup against SRG OG untuk Ahad ini. So of course kepada semua orang yang datang, jangan lupa untuk datang juga untuk Ahad, sebab itu kita boleh dikira one of the highlight matches lah untuk minggu ni. Now Coach Rain, is there anything yang nak cakap kepada fans yang datang ke Dewan Sri Putra setiap minggu untuk sokong korang?
Okay, kepada semua fans, terima kasih sebab sudi support kami. Kepada ibu ayah, para pemain yang sudi sentiasa beri support kepada mereka, coaching staff, management dan sebagainya. Baik juga kepada kami punya sponsor, kedua ibu bapa saya, bos Johnny, bos segala bos yang ada, dan juga terima kasih sebab selalu support kami sampai sold out punya baju dan sebagainya. Harapkan CG boleh berkembang dengan lebih maju.
Thank you very much Rain dan juga Yetri. Congratulations sekali lagi for maintaining your win streak. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan 2-0 ini. Casters, back to you guys.
A truly excellent performance from CG Esports. That makes me sad that I won't be casting during their match against SRG. But let's talk about what's happened here as Yetri picks up MVP of game number 2. And I think we can officially say that Esme might be a problem.
Maybe a problem. It needs to be looked in a little bit further. Taking Festival of Blood as a means to kind of be a little bit more sustainable rather than just tenacity. A good way, because especially if people are clumped together, you can actually get a decent amount of spell vamp when you get into the middle of those fights, whether it be the Falling Star Moon or even Skill 1. Either way, it's just a good means. And you could see in this battle that he knew how to deal with Dur specifically in these fights, who cannot deal with how much wave clear that Esme is able to provide. Well, it's mildly better at the very least, but enough to make the difference.
And that difference makes all the difference in the end here. The match was fairly close in the initial stages. I think Team Ray was making some pretty solid plays, and we can definitely see that the kill score wasn't too far apart. But if we look at the farm, then you start to see the story unravel itself. CG is so good at wave management and deciding where your opponents need to be on the map.
Yeah, no, I love the fact that they're able, in boxing terms, they're able to swivel, right? They're able to pivot very, very easily to the different parts of the map that need to be attacked, right? Most teams would just sit by this Lord 24/7 when mid lane is already shoved in towards the T1s, towards the T2s, and nobody pressures the structures. CG does not let that slip. And that's when TR suddenly needed to make a lot of decisions very, very fast. And I think that's where you see the polish on CG ever so slightly. It's a bit of varnish, and yes, based on what Coach Rain has said, it's not the cleanest game in the world, but it definitely goes to show that there is maturity in their decisions.
But honestly, dare I say it, right? From a purely macro aspect, I actually think CG is starting to be comparable to SRG.
There are arguments that can be made. There's only one way, is to test it out in Sunday's match itself, right? I gotta give it to Amzik. I think he only made like what? He made two mechanical misplays overall, which costed him 2 deaths. One, he couldn't help. I totally understand, it happens sometimes, but generally, he's played very, very well. Joam, disgusting marksman. He is so good at kiting. It is ridiculous how many auto attacks he's able to weave with the max stacks that he had on his golden staff, and he was able to just do so much, even though it felt like so many of these situations should be losable.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Joam by himself isn't going to be able to make up for most of this situation. It does make you wonder, maybe it would have been better for TR to actually snatch that Esmeralda first if they were intending to go Angela later on. And it's starting to realize that maybe earlier in the day, when we saw the Esme being first picked twice on red side, There might have been something there.
It could be the new hot commodity.
Yeah.
Right? I'm thinking whether or not in this particular matchup that you're looking to kind of max out a different ability. I'll do more research into it to see how it goes. I've tried a little bit of both, but don't have a definitive answer to it. No blanket statements to be thrown out. But even so, I have to really put my foot down on this. Angela sucks. She's so bad in the mid lane. What are we even doing here? It's like, yes, you've made it past the early game. Now what?
Yeah, the shift in Angela, changing it so that she can use hard guard more often, but you get a lot less shield from it, kind of ruined her late game prospects entirely, because there's so much damage in the game now, right?
Yeah, and honestly, with so much damage in the game, I'm expecting whoever picks up Angela mid, you gotta play through your side lanes. As soon as you have it, you clear that lane instantly. Just look for a trade on the opposite side. Your ult is so short.
And you gotta maximize it. Like you mentioned, the cooldown is so short now that you should be looking for fights everywhere you go.
Yes.
And honestly, if paired up with a hero like Esmeralda, I could see that being something more teams experiment with in the future. But for now, CG can really celebrate once again, stealing every spot on this end screen. Also, quick shout out to Chiku. Zeus'in positioning was so good this entire game.
Oh yeah, no, it was a lot better. I mean, his early game could use a little bit of work, I'm not gonna lie. He nearly got caught out and lost his flicker early on because of it, but other than that, generally, this has been a very good game from Chiku, guys, especially in game number 2. Game number 1, I have some comments on, but game number 2, woof! Some great stuff coming in from CG and as well as TR. Gives me a lot of hope that at least Malaysia as a region are now really taking into consideration of how to abuse your macro in these types of games.
Yeah, we've been lacking on macro control for a very long time.
We've sucked for a long time.
Oh, we were so bad, but this gives me hope. It also means that every other team is gonna need to watch out for this one. Hey, those minions, they're important.
Yep.
Control your waves. There were good initiations here and there, and Jom was doing a lot of damage when the time came, but yeah, Tree, you just couldn't do anything about him.
Oh yeah, look at him. He's just running through the entire team, tanks the whole blazing duet, is in front of dirt, eats the yo-yos, goes back with the falling star moon, and if he landed on 3 of them, I think that would have been a full team wipe.
That's Sprint Esme, by the way. No vengeance here.
No vengeance, baby!
Oh, man. Some good stuff here from CG Esports. Very quick day we've had here, Gideon.
Yeah, I'm surprised how quick this day went. I definitely thought that this game was going to extend a little bit longer, but hey, you know, it happens. At least now we know that Team Ray's biggest weaknesses are just making decisions on the fly when variables are consistently changing.
If you ask me honestly, I think a lot of teams are having that issue in particular. Maybe it's time to get all of them together and discuss. But we can see in the standings at the end of week 3, day 1, have CG Esports remaining at the very top. Still undefeated, 4-0 match win loss, 8-0 game win loss. Someone's got to dethrone them eventually.
Somebody's got to knock them down a peg, and we're hoping that, I don't know, maybe SRG can do it. Maybe it ends up being just like a potential win. I think that SRG would be likely to welcome the challenge.
And if it ends up being a close match, we got a season on our hands. That's what we're hoping for.
We got a real video game to watch.
But beyond that, we've got Vamos in second currently. SRG still waiting for their third match, sitting in third. Team Ray right behind them. And then AERO moving up to 5th after their clean sweep earlier today.
There's still plenty more games to be having, and let's look at the schedule in just a little bit here. I mean, I'm hoping that AERO can actually get out of their -1 aggregate points, because so many teams by the end of the season usually with negative aggregate points overall. So get excited, because SRG will be facing off against AERO Esports, GMXK facing off against Todak, and finally MV taking on Team Ray.
Ooh, we got some interesting matches tomorrow. AERO Esports was a team that put up a pretty strong fight against SRG last season, but can they do so again? They're coming off with some momentum after today's victory. Is it enough though? And then after that, we've got GMXK and Todak, 2 teams currently sitting at the bottom of the chart. Someone's got to get some points here.
Yep.
MV versus Team Ray as well. I think 2 teams suffering from kind of similar issues in certain aspects of the games. not going to be facing, huh?
Yeah, they are a little similar, but I think this will be a very even matchup between them. And I think that's going to be the exciting part, right? Because we've seen the potential that Team Ray is able to lay out in Landon, lay out on the table. MV, I feel like we haven't seen everything they've got. We've seen momentarily glory, but not enough to push me over the edge and convince, like, yes, MV is a true competitor. Compared to last season where I was like, yeah, these guys clearly know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think if you looked at my team power ranking, you'd find it very funny for MV specifically. But before we get into that, let us remind you guys that tickets are still available for some of these very, very interesting matches. We've got CG's regular season schedule up on screen right now. They just had their matchup against Team Ray, but after this, their match against SRG OG already sold out. Little bit unfortunate there, but they got 4 more matches after that you can get tickets for.
Oh, the one with Todak is selling out fast. Hey, if you guys feel like you have some spare extra cash, apparently the 26th today against TR is still available, so just purchase it for fun, I suppose. Just do it for the memes,
just throw your money away. Yeah, why not?
If you got spare cash, might as well. Donate to charity while you're at it. You know, just throw it all out of there. But even so, there's some pretty exciting stuff. Even for Team Ray's side, a lot of the games, the one that's selling fast is going to be the SRG, but generally there's still some pretty interesting matchups. Even Vamos is still available.
We got matches against MV, Untitled, Vamos, and AERO remaining for Team Ray, so certainly not going to be an easy path forward to the end of the season as well. But they are starting to look a little bit better, which is exactly what we're hoping to see. And before we end the show today, we want to ask you guys one last question. What do you think of MPL Malaysia Season 16? Scan the QR code below to share us your feedback about things that you think we've done well this season, things we could improve on. Always appreciate that information. But yeah, I guess that's it from us here today. We're gonna throw you guys a mic check to end the day, but more matches coming tomorrow. Once again, I'm Staffa, this is Gideon. We'll see you guys next time.
I'm on my way, guys. Take a pin, guys, Take a toss,
We can continue.
Flicker. Lapu, guys. Lapu, guys.
Nice.
Lapu. Nice.
Paksa. Mantap, guys.
Kiki, guys.
Alright.
Clear. Dah nak tarik lock ke atas kan? Ini. Aku langkah bela. Betul. Depan bangan. Ini. Coba. Beri guys. Menang. Aku ikat guys. Nice. Patut. Boleh. Deadline dia kena langgar pada muka. Mid lah guys, mid. Boleh. Ni cici guys. Kena. Tak ada lompat. Cici guys. Nice one, bro. Nice one. Boleh. Guys. Ni dia masuk balik. Stop. Kena. Buat apa? Chill guys. Nice one. Fokus on one by one. Tak salah dekat turtle ya. Aish. Guys. Win. Guys.
Nice.
Nice one, guys.
Go, hero.
Space. Ranger guys.
Nice. Mantap, guys. Full turtle. Nice, guys.
Easy, Cok.
Mantap, Cok.
Ranger aku 3 second. Lo. 3 second. Hit. Jago. Yang boleh TP. Aku boleh balik kan. Balik. Tarik balik out. Dia balik. Apa. Join Naba. Hero guys. Join Naba.
Wait, I see. Wait.
I think just go, guys. Go. Stop. Nice, Nova.
Nice.
Kill dulu, guys. Aku angkat. Ni, nampak? Nice one. Kill dulu, guys. Santai. Boleh ada mi wave ni dia langkah aku. Baik. Aku angkat. Ni nampak? Maju ya, nak. Tak ada blazing dah. Jangan wave. Ambil awan je Awan je. Sekejap, tak boleh ambil dah pasal. Ya. Tunggu sekejap. Nice one.